that now and then ring. Just one of those things. It was just one of those nights. Just one of those fabulous flights. A trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we thought of it, about the end of it, when we started painting the town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just one of those things. It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings, one of those bells that now and then ring. Just one of those things. It was just one of those nights, just one of those fabulous flights, a trip to the moon on gossamer wings. Just one of those things. If we thought of it about the end of it, when we started painting that town, we had been aware that our love affair was too hot not to cool down. So goodbye, dear, and amen. Here's hoping we meet now and then. It was great fun, but it was just, it was great fun, but it was just, it was great fun, but it was just one of those things. Thank you.
Woo.
Sia Jackson and Ron Jackson.
Oh, thank you.
Not nobody to play with.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, I know. I know, my hand hurts now.
Yeah.
My hand was hurting before, actually. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. Oh my God. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can anybody guess the name of that song? I know some people know already, but people who don't have my album, but anybody know that name of the song?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. This young man here wins free air because he got the name right. Called Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jackson, and that was my tune Walk Fast from my brand new album, Standards in My Songs. And you can pick up your copy at ronjacksonmusic.com of vinyl and CD formats. And it's going to be reviewed in the May issue of Vintage Guitar Magazine. So pick up a copy of Vintage Guitar Magazine at vintageguitar.com. And I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson here, and I'm live at Inglewood Hospital. So let me see what's going on here. Yeah, definitely. Let me get started. Turn this way a little bit. So I'm going to get started in a second. Solo guitar here at Inglewood Hospital. How you doing? So let me get started here. If you want to send me a comment or something, let me know. I'll put it back a little bit more. There's a piano in the way. How you doing?
Well, how are you?
Good. Thank you guys for watching. Wow, this is cool. So I'm live. And you know, if there's any super chats or kind of any comments, please make them. Hey. Oh. Okay, good. How's everybody doing? So this is solo guitar here. I do this every week when I'm in town. A solo 7-string guitar gig. So I don't know if you can hear me, but that's what I do every week at Inglewood Hospital in Inglewood, New Jersey. So let me see if anybody sent me any messages here. Let me see. Let me go to my my videos right now and see what's going on here. Okay. You go to my dashboard. I'm actually live right now, and let me see who's watching. Okay. Okay, good. So let me continue now. Another song. Let me take the stuff out of my pocket. I have too many things in my pocket. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah. Send me a chat if you can hear me, guys. I'm live. Let me see all messages. Let me see. Oh, hey. Hey, Ron, any tips for beginners? Bebop? Oh, cool. Hey. Oh, let me see what's going on here, guys. Sorry, I missed the messages. Playing some Eddie Van Halen ain't talking about love. You know, any tips for so unusual in that music? No. So you know, 7-string was used in jazz before rock, just so you guys know, okay? So yes, 7-string's been around for quite a while. And, you know, if you enjoy what you're doing, you know, I have a super chat here. Let me see if I can make a comment. Let me see. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can do something here. Oh, okay. Chat messages are visible. Let me see if I can make a chat, reply to some of these comments. Okay, guys, I'm gonna. I can't really talk too much here, and because yeah, okay, yeah, so unusual. So let me continue, guys, because I'm at a gig, solo guitar, 7-string guitar, and if I can chat with you guys, I'll try to chat on my phone right here. Send me the questions, and if you want to give me a super chat or anything like that, that would be great. Let me see. Let me go to my channel right now to see what's going on. Okay, hold on. Right now, let me go. So let me go to my channel. Because we're live. Yes, let me see this right now. I gotta turn the volume down. Oh yeah, I can do that. If you're enjoying this, you enjoy this. There is super chat. Let's see, super chat. Okay, I'm just writing this down. Let me see. Yes. Now let me continue, guys. Let me continue, guys. Okay. I haven't done a boss in a while. So I'm going to use my 8. Thank you everybody for watching, man. This is great. I do a live stream, and you guys are really cool. So I'm gonna take a break soon because it's solo guitar, and I appreciate all the people watching right now on YouTube, all my live streamers. I gotta go live more often. So I'm gonna take a little break right now and come right back, okay? So we'll talk, guys. Let me go and come back and watch this a little later, okay? Okay? Bye-bye. I'm gonna go back live in about 10 minutes. Bye-bye. starts off with my 7th string. This song is another original composition of mine called From Dusk to Dawn. I'll start off. Thank you very much. I need a coffee after that one. Let's give a big hand again for Coca-Cola and hamburger. This is Corey Rouse on the drums. And I'm Ron Jackson on the 7-string guitar. Thank you. Yeah. Georgia. Everybody likes the blues. Bluesy. Woo. Can everybody see me and hear me? I hope so. Please send me a chat message if you can see me. Oh, I see 2 people up there. How's it going? Ooh, there's a little bit of light here, but let's see if I can move back a little bit. So today we're going to talk about walking bass lines and chord melody. So let me play you something to start. So I'll do a little walking bass line, like on. Let's do it on rhythm changes for now. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you for watching. And I'd like to invite everybody to ask any questions about my walking bass and chord melody workshop I'm doing today. Well, I'm happy to see about 6 people watching today. I'm happy. We have my patrons that are on my, that actually follow me that are watching as well. And I'd like to invite them, to ask questions too. My Patreon account is right here. I'm going to write it down here for people who are interested. So if you want to learn more stuff from me, you can go to this website here. Patreon. I'm going to write it for you. .com/Ron Jackson Music. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So Reggie's here. One of my students, Reggie, great guitar player, all the way from Long Island. He's asking a question right now. And it's actually, the question is, do I use the 4th string for bass lines or the 5th and 6th string? So most of the time I use most of the time just the 5th and 6th strings, but I use the 4th string once in a while. So if I'm doing rhythm changes like this. Now, to use the 4th string sounds really thin, but I can do it. Did you hear that? So, I can do that right now. Watch this. And also, so it's rare that I use it though. And it's funny because I play 7th string. I want to play 7th string for you guys a little bit so you can see. But when I start using the 4th string, it gets kind of thin. So I rarely use the 4th string for a bass line. That's a great question. Now, people are wondering how you construct bass lines. So I mean, actually, I started doing on my TikTok, which is at Ron Jackson Music. I started doing like a video that I haven't posted yet about how you start doing bass lines. The most important thing about a walking bass line in jazz is that you keep just a steady beat on on 4 and emphasize the 2 and 4. So it's like you gotta keep that going all the time. Now and then you gotta do. Of course, you gotta have to fill it with a comp. Okay, so I'm going like this. Let me turn this way so you can see better. So I'm on the 5th fret. Oh, the 6th fret of a B flat chord. You could just do a B flat dominant if you're playing along, and just try to keep a steady beat. So if you take a blues, so all I'm doing is quarter notes and holding the chord for holding the chord for 1 beat or 1 measure. Sorry, 4 beats. It's early for me. That's hard to even do. You notice how I emphasize the 2 and 4 at the same time? That's a very, very basic exercise. I'm just doing 1-4-5 blues. You should be able to do that with just quarter notes. Now I can add. I can do it on the 1st string if I want. It sounds thin though. Sounds really thin to me. So that's a good way to start. You should try that right now while I'm doing the workshop. But the next thing to do is actually do something like do root 5th, 2 beats each. You notice how I don't hold that chord as long now, like that. Notice I'm going to the 5th from the E flat to the 6th string. That's the next step. See how I'm doing that? You should be able to do that. That's very, very basic for a bass line. And the hard part is doing the comping on top. Now, if there's any questions, I don't know if you guys know how to do this on YouTube, but send me a chat, just like Reggie did, about if you have any questions about this. We're going to go into chord melody soon. Okay. Oh, Jake Mintz, when walking, do you target certain notes? I'm decent at basic walking bass lines, but when it comes moving up and down in steps, I find yourself using certain inversions, etc. Well, yeah, you know what, Jake, sorry. What happens is I'm using a bunch when I start doing walking bass lines, I do a lot of combinations. I mean, there's different things. So I'm starting with the root 5th, but then if I'm doing like a walking bass line on a blues, for example, in B flat, I'm actually doing a combination of things. Approach notes. So bass note, approach from the bottom, then approach. I'm doing approach from the bottom. Then I'm gonna do a 2-5, I guess. So what I can do is I can actually do a chromatic approach from above. If I'm doing F minor to B flat, I can go, and I can do like an approach, a half step above and go down, or half step from below. Now, if I just do root 5th, I can do that. I can do that kind of stuff. Now, if I'm connecting a bass line, that's a whole different story. So, I learned this from transcribing bass players. You can go up the neck. You can go up like this. Now, I'm just going up chromatically to that neck note. You see how I'm going down? I went from the E flat to the flat 7, then went back chromatically down to the B flat. Then I'm going to go down chromatically, go from the B flat to the flat 7 of the B flat, which is A flat. then go to the F minor. I went up the scale. So I'm combining all kinds of different. Now doing the half step approach. You could do things like this too. You could do like an inversion, like you said in there, actually, Jake. Yeah, yes, exactly. And you could go chromatic. Watch. You could do that. You could do the chromatic, and then do up a half step. It's whatever you could actually think of to find. Sorry. See, I'm actually doing the inversion with the bass line. See what I did a half step above? Now I combine fifth. What I do too is I do tritone substitution a lot. Now, another thing you can start trying to do actually is do what I just did was, oh yeah, man. So Jake asked another question. Great, man. If anybody has any questions, be like Jake and send some questions. Sounds great, man. Yeah, the tritone subs helped me with chromatic comping. Yeah, that's it. So we're just doing, when you start doing chord changes that are more complicated. Federico. Oh yeah. So do you play the chord over the first beat? You don't have to, Federico. You could just go. Now, the hard part is doing a bass line with different comping rhythms. So if you're doing a basic comping rhythm, it's a Charleston like this. It's like Charleston. Charleston. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. So it's on the first beat and then and of 2. Now that's hard to do. It's hard to do a bass line with that kind of comping rhythm. So you can play what I usually do is I mix up the comping rhythms with the bass line, okay? Oh man, that's hard to do. So what I did was I'm doing different kinds of comping rhythms at the same time. And I like this one. I like going. So you don't have to particularly play on the beat every time, but you can actually do different Charleston rhythms like that, syncopated rhythms. You can hold the chord too. It depends on the style you're playing too. We're just playing jazz right now. So there's different things you can actually do in what you call in your comping and your bass line. What does Chell say? Is there a specific pattern you when you add the chords, or does it depend? Yeah. So what's happening is when I add the chords, I mean the easiest pattern for in the beginning, if you're learning how to play a bass line, is actually it's just playing just a whole note for now or half note. So you get used to it, or whole notes. You can actually combine different things. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So you can do half notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4. Now, we didn't talk about this, but I'm using hybrid picking, which is I'm using my pick and then I'm using my fingers on my hand, depending if you're left-handed or right-handed. Okay, so or you can play with your fingers. You're gonna have to do something. You can't just use your pick. I don't think. I could try. I can do it with just my pick, but harder. Only pick now. So see, so when I'm playing the chord, there's patterns I'm using, but you have to get used to doing them. So you can start off with easy patterns like whole notes, half notes. You know, you can combine like quarter notes. What I did was 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I went quarter note, then dotted half note. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I just do the bass line. See, I'm only using my pick right now. I think it's better to combine your picking and and your fingers, hybrid picking, or just use all fingers. Now, what I'm doing too is like, so I'm not only doing bass lines, I'm also doing passing chords. Okay, and, and that's a whole different world. So if I'm going to go up and do a bass line, you really know your inversions and passing chords. Or going chromatic. I'm doing like a passing chord within the chord itself, then getting to the next chord. What do you call it? This is like the same exact chord approaching the next chord. I use all kinds of voicings. So Jake is asking if I use drop two mostly. It depends. They're faster to play drop two voicings, but there's other combinations you actually can do that are not drop two. You could use fourths. So I can go. You know what? I mean, I could use seconds. The thing is, it's hard to throw those bass lines. Actually, I love Bill Evans's playing. Actually, do you learn? Oh, wait a second, Jake. I like Jake. He asks a lot of questions. Was going to ask you that to learn those. Have you been through melodic minor and other harmonies though? Oh yes, of course. Now, I mean, this is not a harmony workshop, but if you have questions about melodic minor, you definitely have to know your melodic minor modes as and your harmonic minor for the advanced jazz scales. Okay, so if you're playing over, so Jake had a great question, and if you're playing over, let's say you're playing over a B flat altered. You got to be able to play the. I'm playing the B altered scale, which is actually B flat melodic, B melodic minor. Now today we're only discussing bass lines and chords, but I could do a workshop eventually. If if you join my Patreon, I have stuff about the harmonic minor. I'm going to be putting up in the melodic minor. Okay, and they're very, very important because what's happening is you really need to know those kind of scales to be able to play more modern stuff, jazz and everything. Okay, so I mean, like all your altered scales. So if I'm playing the melodic minor, let's say I'm playing an altered chord, you need to know that if you're playing a a Lydian dominant, well, actually a dominant 7 scale with a sharp 11. I'm using a B. I'm actually using a B flat melodic minor. Okay, etc. Hold on. And also, harmonic minor is very important too in jazz playing. But so that's that could be a whole lesson, a whole workshop. Learn how to do chord melody today, though. So anybody, oh yeah, I'll be there for that. Thanks. I know the scales. I mean, with those stacked fourth, particularly, have you built those stacked fourths from melodic minor and and harmonic minor? Yeah, sure. So you could do that. What? Okay. You could do things like that with a melodic minor, etc. Okay. 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 So yes, I've worked on those too. Now the stacked fourths, you should be able to know in all modes actually. Okay. And those are not important right now, though. As important as being able to play in general. Okay, those are more modern concepts, and for some people that can be too much actually. Here's the thing now. Here's another thing that we can work on now. So chord melody. So how do you do this? So people does anybody have any questions about chord melody? Because that's really important. Now with chord melody, let's take a song. I was actually doing a video Cherokee. So if you play a song like Cherokee, first when you're doing chord melody, you should be able to play. I actually worked on this with my student Reggie. Okay, Reggie Hagee, who sent a message earlier. Now I'm using basic voicings for everybody right now. But you could actually do anything you want once you start getting to a certain level of comping and playing. So I mean, I'm doing second, all that kind of fancy stuff, but you should be able to play basic inversions. So if I'm playing a song like Cherokee, I'll go. I'm playing very basic inversions about this on this. Okay, just so you guys get used. Can I actually see what I'm doing? So now I can do more fancy stuff. So the most important thing about chord melody, let me see, there's some more messages here. Most important thing about chord melody is knowing your chord scale relationship. Okay, and so your chord scale relationships are very important. Okay, so I'm playing a song like Cherokee. If you want to look that up in your real book, if you're watching this, is to be able to know what note you're playing against the chord, because then you can voice your chord under that. So if I'm playing Cherokee, the first note's a D. So I know that's a third, okay? So if I'm playing, but you gotta know where that is on your B flat chords, on a B flat chord. So you can play that so many different ways on a B flat. Now remember, when you're doing chord melody, you could do a basic arrangement of the chord. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, someone want me to mention that I have this book. You want to get a copy of this. It's called, you can't really see it's backwards, but it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. I read for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and there's there's some great exercises here where we do different things. Jake, if you're interested in this book too, it's a great book. There's some great players in here that have written some stuff. There's different subjects, breaking down, suspended harmony, drop two chord changes, all about the bass, which I've written about. Sorry, that's something else. Pass it on, jazz bass lines. The jazz bass lines is in this book actually too, if you want to get it. Okay, it's by Acoustic Guitar. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips by Hal Leonard. Okay, and also harmonic, horizontal harmonies. Adam Levy, who's a great guitar player. Melodic lines expressed through chord changes. Shape shifting, playing chords from the minor pentatonic scales. Okay, there's some great stuff in this book. If you want to get into more chords, okay, you could get that at my shop on my website. And if you want to get more into chords and all the bass line stuff, okay, it's a really great book. So it's Chords at Your Fingertips. I have another book coming out on acoustic guitar. It's modal scale mastery. So that's one of the books. Now, so chord melody. So the chord melody is very important because oh, you're welcome. So chord melody is very important because so I do a lot of solo guitar stuff, and particularly if you have any questions about this guitar, let me know. This is an Eastman, and you can find that on my Amazon store, which I'll talk to you about a little bit in a minute. Let me get my other guitar, because I do 7-string guitar. Some of you guys see me playing the 7-string right here. So the 7-string adds a whole new world to the bass line, if you want to get into bass lines and stuff. So sometimes I mostly 7-string, so sometimes when you want to get to the chord melody stuff, this is the stuff. I'm doing stuff like that, okay? So if I'm doing a song like Cherokee, the 7-string adds a lot more fullness to the song. So you can't do that on play that high on a 6-string and get those notes. So the thing is, what's really cool is with the 7-string, you get all the cool basses. So the 7-string, it's a low A. So Jake, that's a low A string. Let me write that in for you. Low A. So I studied with a great guitar player named out here in New York called Bucky Pizzarelli, and he got me to playing the 7-string. So I tuned the 7-string. When I first started playing the 7-string about 7-8 years ago, Bucky said to me, unfortunately, Bucky passed away from COVID right at the beginning of the epidemic with his wife. They both died of COVID, unfortunately. But anyway, this is a low A. Okay. Now, jazz guys play a low A. Okay. Because Bucky, the guy that Bucky studied with was a guy named George Van Epps. Now, Jake was asking about these fancy chords. This is the guy who wrote all these great books. Van Epps, he was the monster of the chords. And Bucky was all into these harmonic mechanisms for the guitar. So George Van Epps is the guy, if you want to get into your chords, guys. And he's the guy who played 7-string guitar too. So I'm trying to pass it on. If you're interested in learning 7-string guitar, go to my Patreon and join that so you can actually get some 7-string lessons. Okay, because I want people to learn 7-string because it's not done much in jazz. Only a handful of us, about 10 of us in the world, do that. Okay, and also, so we tune it to a low A. The rock guys like Steve Vai and those great guitar players, monster guitar players like Steve Vai, they play with a low B. And in Brazilian music, they use a low C. So, we get the lowest of them. You get some really cool sounds with the low A. So I really love that aspect of it. So if you're doing solo guitar, this is like the best instrument for solo guitar work and chord melody stuff. You can get. It's really great sound. So if you want to get to 7-string, let me know. And I teach 7-string guitar too. And wow. What is that? B flat? So geez, B flat, Okay. It's really a great sound. You can get really cool sound. So you get really cool sounds with this thing. Yeah. So that means jazz needs to be a low A. Yes. So believe me or not, the low A is what Buck Pitcherly and George Van Epps, Howard Alden, Ron Estee, all the great 7-string guitar players use, including myself. And that's it's a great sound, man. And check out George Van Epps if you never checked him out. That guy was a monster. You talk about like lines and chords and all that stuff, everything. He was a monster. Check out Bucky too. He was the master. I died in '94. So anybody have any questions about chord melody? It's funny today. The reason why I started my workshop a little earlier is because I actually have a gig today in New York. So, gigs are rare recently. So I've been doing a lot of stuff online with my Instagram. And please send me some more questions. Okay, so that's 7-string if you want to get into that. Let's get back into chord melody. So if you're learning chord melody and you have any questions, please let me know because chord melody is a whole different world than improvisation, chord voicings, and bass line. So you should be able to do different kinds of, you should really know all your chord voicings, of course, your drop twos, inversions, everything. And then you can get to more, fancy voicings and scales, okay? Like seconds, fourths, different kinds of tonal patterns and stuff like that. But the most important thing is when you're doing a chord melody arrangement is to hear the melody. Now, you could do all kinds of stuff with the arrangement. So if I'm doing a song like I did a minute ago, Cherokee, okay, you don't have to play like the basic harmony. You can go. See what I did? I just mixed up all kinds of different little weird, chordal harmony and and seconds and fourths and dissonances and all kinds of stuff. You do inner lines like that. That's a great thing to do when you're doing chords. You can fill in between the chords, etc. You could do little things like reharmonizations like that. So what I did was, when I'm doing solo guitar, Jake, man, you have a lot of questions. I like this guy. Anybody else has questions? So, do you play just the chord scales for the fills? No, I'm doing live. Most of the time, actually, when I'm actually filling, just so you guys know, when I'm doing fills in general, they're based on chord scales, but they're actually mostly lines I know. So when I'm filling and doing different kinds of lines, I'm not playing scales really. But scales are what I teach everybody how to play scales in the beginning, because you have to know your scales. So if I'm doing like those are lines, they're not scales really, because I'm playing. Scales are based on lines. So no, lines are based on scales. Excuse me. So what I did, in the beginning, I used to play my scales a lot, but scales are just sound like scales. I'm actually playing a combination of lines, which are bebop, passing tones, reharmonizations. So when I'm doing like a solo guitar kind of, when I'm doing solo guitar chord melody, you don't have to just play the chord melody. You can do fills, things like that. One guy I studied with, just in case you know, when I was in college years ago, I took a workshop with this guy named, you might have heard of him, named Joe Pass. Joe Pass, man, was a monster for that stuff. He had a few records out, Virtuoso. That guy was really a monster. And, it was really funny. There were like, it was at Berkeley. I went to Berkeley College of Music. So there were hundreds of guitar players watching. And, oh, yeah, okay, yes. So, Federico, I saw Joe. So anyway, Joe Pass, there was a guy like you, Jake, in the class. He was asking like, Joe Pass, hey, could you play giant steps and all kinds of stuff? And he was like, I'm not here to prove anything, man. That's what he said. It was so funny, man. He was like, but he was a monster. He didn't have anything to prove. He played and he talked about it. He said that there were some guitar players in the room that must be good, because if there's 100 guitar players, there's got to be at least 1 or 2 guitar players who are good. He was a really interesting guy. But anyway, Joe Pass was a monster, so I took a class with him, and some of my concepts would come from him for solo guitar playing. But Federico, what's your strategy to recommend start to do chord melody? So anyway, here's the thing. So when you want to do chord melody in the beginning, you have to, like I told you in the beginning, you have to start knowing your what's the word? You still have to you have to know your notes according to what the chords are. Okay, so you have to know chord scale relationships and know what the melody note is against the chords. So when I was doing Cherokee, or any song that you look in the real book, or any song that you're learning, you have to know what the note you're playing against the chord is. Playing Cherokee, I know that D is the third of the B flat, but you have to know where the third is on the chord, so you have to know your inversion. Okay, that's the third. Then it goes to the fifth, and it goes to the sixth. actually is written in the book with the sharp 5. So on the F minor, I gotta plug my Wi-Fi in. Hold on one second, guys. my connection's not stable. I'm gonna plug in my. Okay, it's better now. I'm gonna plug in my direct line into the internet. Okay, so you gotta know the chord melody, chord scale relationship, and then you gotta know your inversions of the chords. So if I'm playing another song, like a good example is this song called "Love Walked In." So "Love Walked In" goes in the key of F. It starts with the 3rd on the F chord, then just goes up from the 5th to 7. That's "Love Walked In." I'm playing "Love Walked In" so you guys know. Walked in. That's the jazz standard. So that song basically just does triads in the melody. So you have to know your inversions. So the melody goes. Goes like that. So I'm gonna play that. I'm just gonna go. The easiest thing for me to do is just go triads. See what I did? Then I'll use 6. I like using 6. Then do a 7. See what I did? Now I can do that. Those inversions here too. Watch. Now this is an inversion. Okay, that's one way to start doing chord melody. See what I did? Okay, and so that's one way of doing chord melody. Now, if you're doing a song like a ballad, like "Polka Dots and Moonbeams," which is like so that melody is it's a ballad, okay, and that melody plays a scale through the chords. So you can actually use chord scales or thirds. I like using thirds. To start up. See what I did? I just did thirds there. You can do 6. 6 is another easy way to play chord melody. This is all diatonic too, I'm thinking. That's a good way to start the chord melody stuff, okay? Being able to play within the scale diatonically. You have to really know your chords and your chord scale relationships, okay? Chords and scale relationships. Okay? So I'm going to be able, I could go on for a few more minutes and I have to get ready to go. So if you're enjoying my workshop, please follow my TikTok, which I do a lot of lessons on, really short lessons. And the most important thing is if you really want to learn this stuff is study with me. So you can go to TikTok, Instagram, which you found me, and Facebook, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. Facebook, okay, at Ron Jackson Music. I'm writing this down for you. Okay. So you can go, because I do a lot of lessons there. And also, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. You can get this book I do a whole lesson. It just came out in the latest issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine too. And it's in this book for you permanently. I do 4 lessons here with different kinds of things here. One of the things I do is I harmonize like Chet Atkins here. That's a really great thing for chord melody. Also, walking bass lines. There's a whole thing about walking bass lines. Yeah. And Reggie, my student over there, is learning all this stuff from me. So, I'm about to finish up. So if you want to get this book, please get it. Chords at your fingertips. Okay. And, keep in touch on Instagram, everybody. I'm going to do another giveaway in a couple weeks for next month's live lesson for my Patreons, but for my patrons at Patreon, which you have up there at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And you could join that for as little as $3 a month, actually. And there's a ton of material up there already. You're welcome, Jake. Send me your website, Jake. Email me, guys. Here's my email. If you want to keep in contact with me, send me your emails. Ron Jackson Music. Hold on. I'm slow. At gmail.com. Send me your emails so we can keep in contact. Yeah, okay, if I don't have them. You're welcome. Yeah, so, there's a lot to cover in only 45 minutes or an hour. So I appreciate you guys coming on. I'll have tons of stuff. I also post stuff on Instagram. Some of my lessons from TikTok, which are a minute long, but they're very effective lessons about basic skills, because a lot of people on TikTok are still learning too. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Keep in touch, and I'll see you guys soon on in person, I hope, or online like we're doing right now. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to America. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, it's Ron Jackson. I finally got my Benedetto 7-string custom guitar, all in black. And I had to wait a few hours before I actually unpacked this because look, it says, caution recipient, this is a delicately made instrument which can be damaged if subjected to extreme changes in temperature or humidity. Upon arrival, it is advised to leave the shipping box unopened at room temperature for 2 to 3 hours. So that's what I actually did. So now I can open this bad boy. So let me look at the packing list here and tell you what this is called. So this is actually called a 16B black 7-string. Includes Carlton flight case, which is going to be in here. Okay. And it's all black. And so it's going to be really cool to look. And I put my Labella jazz tapes in here, 14. So let's open this up right now. Ooh, man, that was hard to get all these little staples off. And I'm gonna take this out right now. And let me pull this back a little bit and take the foam out. Ooh, they got all kinds of stuff in here, man. It's gonna be a mess. So let me put this to the side because they have little foam balls in here. Look at this. So I have to make a mess on my carpet here. It's okay. Oh, they got all kinds of padding in here. Look at all this foam. Time for me to clean this up. Uh-oh. See if I can fit in this. Maybe not. Finally, I cleaned this foam up. Now it's time to really do the unboxing. So, this is the Carlton flight case that goes with it. It has Benedetto on here. See that? Cool, huh? And we're going to look at that in a minute and open this up. But, take a look what it says here. It says really specific instructions about how you take the guitar out of the case, because if it's cold, it can crack. So, you have to take it out really slow. I mean, it says here, in case the guitar feels cold, do not open it. If the case feels cold, do not open it. Allow the case to at least 1 hour to warm at room temperature before opening. If after you open the case, you find the guitar to be cold, leave it in the case and close the lid, but do not clasp the lid shut. Do not remove the guitar from the case until it is room temperature. So this has been here for quite a while and it's all room temperature. So those are very specific instructions. So I'm going to keep these, take this off later carefully. So let's open this up. So this this Carlton case, man, is really has a lot of little intricate things here, you know, to protect the case. Little rubbers here, rubber things that, you know, so you don't break this open or anything. You see that? See these little rubbers that go around the clasps here. So how many clasps are there here? So this is really well made. An expensive case. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clasps. Okay. So let me open this up and let's see what this thing looks like. I'm gonna try to open it this way because that way we can see the guitar when I take it out. I've never seen this yet, so this is gonna be really interesting. And I'm looking forward to it. I want to be really careful because it's brand new and I've never taken it out of the case, and I don't think it's cold at all. It's not locked. Good. Let me see. I think it's all open. Oh, here it is. Woo! Look at this beauty. Take a look at this. I want to be really careful because I don't want the case to fall on the guitar. They have this on the strings. The guitar is at room temperature. Pure black. Look at this beautiful 7-string here. So let me take this out. So they have this protector for the strings here. Cloths protect the bridge, the tailpiece. So there's a cloth here to protect the tailpiece. So look at this. Now let me take this beauty out. Nice and slow. Look at this. So this is a nice case, really huge. Now I'm on carpeting, so we're not gonna worry about hitting the guitar. I can smell the newness of this guitar. Take a look at this. Let me bring the camera a little closer. So look, this is the 7-string. S 16B they call it. Okay, it's only 16 inches. It's completely brand new. And the black is really hard, really hard to actually make, they say, because it's all black. And if you can see a slight blemish on the finish, you know, it'll show. So look at this. We have the Benedetto pickup, which is the same thing I have through Seymour Duncan, and I have an endorsement with those guys. And we have a volume, I guess, and a tone. So I'm not gonna actually plug this in today because it's kind of not early here in the New York area, but you know, it has a little name here, Robert Benedetto, and it has a serial number, S, you know, and the serial number is here, and it's like really great guitar. So I mean, I haven't even touched it yet. And now it's tuned down, and it's not tuned at all. And you know, it looks like they have gold tuners here. Really basic model, but handmade and carved, okay? So thank you, everybody. And here it is. issue earlier where I couldn't go live. So let me see if I can go live now without any issues with the connectivity. Okay, so let me see what's going on here. I'm going to put this on right now. And I'm live. And hopefully you guys can see me better now. I reconnected my router. And let's get started. Cool, much better. I restarted my router and things are better now. So thank you for watching, everybody. Sorry about that. I deleted that video. So we're talking about difficult melodies. So I've been working on difficult melodies for a long time. So please send me questions if you have any. And I'll try to answer them on the camera. Okay? So I mean, there's all kinds of melodies I've learned over the years that are difficult. So let me play a little bit. Like I was telling you, I was trying to work on "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. So it goes like this. I'll do it slow. So yeah, so you know what? When I'm playing that melody, I've been practicing that thing for like a year, you know. And the thing is, it's not playing it that slow; it's being able to play it fast. But I would practice this so many different ways. I would go like this. And I would go up to here. So you know, so that lick is cool because you can play that actually so many different ways. I mean, I can go like here. I did it here. I mean, I don't want to play an octave. So I can play it that way as well. And there's so many ways you can play that melody. So I was playing that melody and trying to find the easiest fingering. The hardest one was not that particular melody. So basically, this, when I try to find when it's a difficult melody, I try to be able to find like how the melody works against the chords. So that these are arpeggios. So this is a D minor arpeggio with the fifth in the bass, which is the A in the bass, and then it goes to an A chord. So if you look at it like this. Same thing. Now it does that line and then goes up to this line. This is the same thing in G. Okay, and and it goes with the chord progression, which it goes like this. It's basically that progression, which is like a D minor. It's like Stairway to Heaven. D minor major 7, or you can call it C7 with a A7 dominant with the C sharp in the bass, which is the third. Then it goes to a D minor 7 with the 7th in the bass, to a B minor 7 flat 5. So the melody kind of goes around that, like that, etc. Okay, so when I try to learn these difficult melodies, I try to see how they go around the chords as well, because it gets complicated, and it can be really weird, if you don't learn how the chords go with it. So, let me see some of these questions here. Good day, sir. I'm a new follower. Oh, great, Van. Everything is fine. That's great. Can you show us the difference between jazz and blues again? Well, okay. Let me see. Van's asking me. Van Man, is that what your name is? Okay, I like that name. So Van, blues is blues, jazz comes from the blues. So blues is just blues chord forms are basically I don't want to say simpler, but they are simpler than jazz chord forms. So let's say you're playing a blues in E. or let's say let's pick a different key, G. So blues would go 1, like a 4, and then 1, and then and it goes for 4 bars. 12-bar blues, for example. Now it goes to the 5 and the 4, etc. in the blues. Okay. Now in the jazz song, we would like reharmonize this basically. So we would go like, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. We would do all these fancy chords, which are like is taking the blues and developing it into a more modern sound. That's all. So jazz is really just an offshoot of the blues. It's a much more modern form, and harmonically, and with your guitar licks and all kinds of stuff, lines and stuff. And also, but the thing is, if you're a jazz musician and you don't really know the blues, you don't have that feel of the music of this. So you need to know the blues, in my opinion, to be able to have a good jazz feel in a way, because that's where it all came from, the blues. So blues, and I don't want to make it so simple, but the blues is really important, and I don't think jazz is a better music because you're not playing the blues, or because you think jazz is better than the blues. No, I think jazz is part of the blues. It's just an offshoot. And yeah, someone just mentioned how blues evolved into rock and roll. Yeah, rock and roll is from the blues, obviously. So is jazz. A lot of music's from the blues, okay? The American blues. Now, if you wanted to get into country music and all that stuff, country music comes from like, I heard from Irish roots, in Ireland, the fiddle music and all that stuff, river dance and all that crazy stuff. So, anyway, so that's a great question. So, anyway, I'm talking about difficult melodies. So, for example, when I'm learning melodies, I work on really hard melodies for some bands and for myself. So take a look at this melody, guys. Now, I know most of you don't know how to read music, or I hope you could read some music. Now, guitar players are very guilty about not reading music, but I'm used to reading music, actually. So this is a song by Thelonious Monk called Skippy. Now, this is a really hard melody, and it's really funny. I've recorded this on an album, no problem playing it, but if you don't play this stuff for a while, you'll forget it. This is a really hard melody. You see all this? It has like, an eighth note with a 3/16 note triplets, all kinds of crazy stuff. 16 notes. This is all a jazz tune too. So Monk really wrote really hard stuff. So that melody sounds like this if I'm playing it slow. So that's a lot of stuff, man. And that melody, if I'm just doing it off like this, it's really hard to play. And and there's some weird fingerings that I have to practice. Now, I used to play this perfect, but during the pandemic, I've been practicing other stuff and going live a lot. So you start forgetting these melodies. So what you have to do is you have to try to find the right fingering. And now this is a really hard melody and a lot of difficult chords. The chords go like this. The next one goes. So, you have to be able to play over all that stuff too. Thank you. God bless me. Thank you, Lynn. Oh no, this is not Lynn. Sorry. Fanny Robert Beats Bez Studios. Wow, you got a lot of words in your name there. Mine's just Ron Jackson Music. So everybody who's watching this, please, if you're not subscribed to me, please subscribe. I have a lot of cool content coming out, and a lot of cool, honest content where it's not unfiltered, and I try to answer your questions as best I can. So please send me some questions. So we're talking about playing melodies. So I'm talking about this monk tune called Skippy, which I recorded almost about 10 years ago, and I played this fine, but I haven't been playing this at all. So we had a gig the other night, and see how all those melody notes there. So I mean, what I do is I practice these things really slow. Like I'll go. So that's the first two. That's the first beat on the first two beats. Then the next part goes. So that's the next part of the line, and I'll go like this. So that's a lot of notes. Okay, that's the melody. That's the melody of this song. The first two bars only. Okay, and that's what it looks like. If you look at it, it's these two bars, 1 and 2. Now, how did I come up with that? Well, first, I'm not playing it where it's written. I'm playing it an octave higher. That means I'm not. It's written here actually. It's written here actually. It's written here. So I'm reading it down there now, but it doesn't sound good that low on the guitar. So that's another thing you have to consider when you're playing difficult melodies or any kind of melody. If you're looking at the sheet music, like if you can read music, of course, first, you have to be able to, it's better to transpose up the melody because sometimes it's too low for the guitar. The guitar's a low-pitched instrument anyway. So I'm reading it up here now instead. So I'm doing that automatically. I don't even think about it. So I'm reading the melody here. Okay, so that's a really hard part of the song. So that's all this part right here. If you're looking carefully, I just played up to this bar right here. So I played all this and all this just now. You see how hard that is to play? It's crazy. So this is Thelonious Monk's music, and now everybody thinks that Thelonious Monk is this, like this. That's a blues. So that's Blue Monk, but that's one of his easy songs, and that's not even easy to play. Okay, because he does his stuff with weird timing. So he's one of the bebop masters. When you're learning his tune, a tune like that, it's like really, really, really hard to play that stuff correctly and learn it correctly. Like and actually the melody goes like this. It's that note. So you can actually do all those harmonies that he does too, and he'll do the harmony like this. So I would play this different ways, for example, when I'm practicing these melodies, these difficult melodies. That's not an easy melody either. So I try to find different fingerings for the same melody. I can do it here. So it's actually. See what I'm doing? So I practice things like that. so I can really know the fingerboard and play these difficult melodies. Thank you, fan Robert. God bless you. So so that's an example of me playing a difficult melody, like a monk melody. So I would practice it real slow, and like that. So for example, another song I've been working on, that's right here. It's in my book. I don't know if you can see this stuff on the screen, but this is like, oops, I hit a different button. For example, so this is a song called let me try this again. This is called Celia by Bud Powell. I've been working on this since the pandemic. Okay, and if you look carefully, it goes like this. It's a really hard melody. It has a lot of rhythms in it. It has 16 notes, 16 note triplets, 8 notes, etc. See all that? And so when I'm practicing a melody like this, I try to find the right fingering. For example, I'm playing this up an octave first again. No, this is actually, yeah, I am playing this in up an octave. No, I'm playing this in the right range. So it goes like this. See, so see all those rhythms I'm playing there? So what I did was, the melody is hard to play and hard to remember, so but it kind of follows the chords. So the chords go B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, and then D minor 7, and then E minor 7, E flat minor 7 to A flat 7. Then it goes D minor 7, D flat 7, C minor 7, B7. Okay, and then it goes B major 7, B flat major 7, then C minor 7 flat 5, then F7 flat 5. There's a lot of complicated chords here too. So when I'm actually playing through this stuff, I'm thinking, how does that melody work against the chords? So I'm playing like this. So it starts off like this. So when that melody is being played over that B flat major 7, then when I get to that C minor 7 flat 5, this part is this. So that's, I can see that note goes on that C minor 7 flat 5 chord. Then it gets to the D minor 7 chord. See, that follows the chords. It all follows the chords right there. So I try to find these little hints in the melody of these difficult bebop tunes where I can see how the melody works against the chords. So it goes like, see what I just did? So what I'm showing you guys who just came in is I'm showing you Celia right now by Bud Powell. And that's a really difficult melody. You can look that up yourself and try to find it. Oh, hey, I was wondering how you learn music fast. I've been playing for 7 months, and every time it takes me to learn a whole song is 1 week and a half. How can I shorten this time? Hey, so I'm Gum Corrupt too. I like your name. So that's a good question. You know what? I mean, it depends on how the difficulty of the song. I mean, I learned songs pretty fast, but learning songs fast and remembering them is a whole different story, everybody. So, I mean, I can learn a song fast by ear, for example, but to retain the song, that's really hard to do. So what you got to do is you got to practice every day the same song, even if it's 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Your brain works like this. Your brain retains all that information if you repeat it over and over and over. So I learned that from teaching my students and from, experience myself learning. Like if I had to learn a Broadway show or something really difficult, a lot of difficult music where there's a lot of guitar parts and all kinds of chords. Even, and I'm only reading music too. The best way to memorize something is to really practice it every day. And also listen to the song if you're learning a new song, and say if it's a rock song or whatever, any song, it can be any song. Listen to it so it's in your ears as well, and you remember what it is. To me, also the hard part of learning a song is learning the form of a song. Where where the verse is, and then where the chorus comes in, and where the bridge comes in, where the guitar solo. If you're doing a rock song or a pop song, those are called arrangements. So you have to remember the arrangements. Now, when I'm learning a song like this is really hard because a lot are involved. I can remember the chords much faster than I can remember the melody. Okay, it's easier to play the chords, but playing the melody and the chords is it's a whole different thing. You got to memorize all this stuff. What are ways of earning money as a starting guitar player? You mean earning money playing? I don't know. It's like you got to try to get gigs, man. Try to get your own gigs, or have people say, look, tell people, look, I'm a guitar player. I want to. Can you hire me to play? That's the best way to get gigs. I do things like this. Watch this. Like right now, I'm doing a live stream, so I'll go like this. If you could donate, $1 or more, just go to my PayPal, and donate $1 or more if you can afford it to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. So during the pandemic, I've been using this sign, for example, to help me, make money during the pandemic. And what's happening now is, like, since I have a lot of followers on YouTube and Instagram, I'm starting to monetize. So that's what you can do too. You can get a lot of followers. So for example, with Instagram, I have a lot of followers. So now I can do swipe ups and make money. Selling my videos. I sell books, all kinds of stuff, guys. If you want a book from me, you can buy it from me. Go to my website. That kind of stuff. That's what I do to make money playing this. Also, like I'm doing badges now on Instagram, and I make money for people donating. So you can do these different types of things to make money. But to make gigs, but you have to be able to show people something that they want to learn. You can't just say, I'm going to just start playing guitar and make money. You got to be good enough to show people, and you got to be good enough to be able to get gigs. So I have to hear you. And one good way to know how good you are is to have a teacher like me listen to you, and hire a teacher. I have quite a bunch of students from YouTube and Instagram everywhere that I have, I got because they've seen my videos and they like me, and they like my honesty about playing, and I'm not perfect when I play either, because basically when I'm coming on YouTube and playing for you guys, I haven't even touched the guitar, I just started playing right now, so because half the time I'm trying to set up this stuff, So anyway, that's how you make money. Let me see you ask you a question. Hello, sir. Hi, Buenos Aires. What are the ways of earning money? That's great. So that's a great Alexa Loy. Yeah, Alexa Loy. Okay, that's a great. So we're talking about learning difficult melodies. So when I learn a song like Celia or anything like that, it's really hard. But like sometimes I retain some melodies easier. So a lot of this stuff, these melodies, these difficult melodies, you have to learn. You have to kind of memorize them like this. So it's funny. I don't play that melody much at all, but I still remember it. It's kind of weird. There's some melodies I know, and I've been playing that melody for years. Okay, and anyway, what I'm gonna have to go soon. But if you have any more questions, please let me know. Hold on one second. So everybody, just 1 second. I'm gonna grab something for you. Don't leave. Don't leave. 1 second. So everybody, look at this. Don't leave. So look, if you want to really learn some cool jazz stuff, look at this. Go to my jazz improv workshop this coming July 18th at Lively. Just go to my link here in my bio, and you can find that, and you can actually join my live workshop. Then I can show you all this stuff, and I can see how you play, to see if, to help you get better playing gigs. Okay, so that's a cool thing. Let me answer this question. Oh, this guy retracted his message. So anyway, it's really important, everybody, to practice every day these melodies and do things like that to help you get better at playing. So we're talking about difficult melodies today, so let's keep going now. So I'm learning all these really hard melodies, so let's take another one right now. You have to practice these things all the time. Here's another difficult melody. Take a look at this. Oh yeah, good question. Fanny, Robert. I would practice. I mean, it depends how good you want to get. Now, if you want to retain information, you should practice 10 or 15 minutes a day at least, every day. It's not about how much you practice a day. It's how much it's that you practice every day to remember information. You understand? And it takes a while. So if you really want to get better, you spend as many hours as you can every day to practice. But sometimes when you do that too much, you can hurt yourself. So I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day a long time ago. So that really improves your playing. And I don't practice enough right now. Do I read solos? Sure. You know what? And I read notation, guys, so it's important to read notation. A lot of guitar players don't know how to read sheet music at all. Oh, thank you, Anonymous. I know I'm trying my best. I don't know, but when I'm reading, I read solos. I read all kinds of stuff. So what I used to read a lot to help you guys, and it's the Berkeley book when I went to Berkeley, like this. It's a big book. You see this? It's kind of crazy, but you get into all kinds of stuff here. Look at this, all these etudes and all this stuff. So this reading is not really that hard, actually. Guitar, solos like saxophone solos and stuff, they're hard to read. So sometimes I practice that stuff. But you know what? I just need to practice in general myself. So this is a really great book if you want to get this. You know what? Just so you guys know, someone's saying great advice. I'm looking for music teachers. Well, I give lessons, so go to my links after this. I'm going to put the links up after the video. And I actually have a student coming up very soon. I'm going to have to finish in about 5 minutes. So if you want to study with me, please contact me. My email is ronjacksonmusic. Actually, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com if you want to email me. And, my website. Also, if you want to learn some cool things, go join my Patreon, which is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And I give really cheap lessons there, starting at $3. And you can learn a lot of cool stuff from me there, and it's all free once you join. And there's tons of free lessons there where you can download them and practice them. But all the lessons on YouTube. A lot of my fans are on YouTube all the time, and the problem with YouTube is you can't tell how you play by watching a YouTube video. Then you go play a gig and you're not be able to. You don't know. You're thinking, "Wow, I can't really play," because no one's listened to you. You didn't have a teacher going, "Hey, your finger in the place is not playing that note correctly," and all this, and you're not, your timing is not like this, and it's hard. You got to have the truth. I like to be, I know the truth about myself. There's a lot of stuff I need to work on, So a teacher will give you the truth, and the most important thing about learning any instrument or doing anything really well is the truth. And one good way to judge you is to listen to yourself, record yourself, videotape yourself, just like I'm doing right now. I watch my videos, I'm going, oh my God, that me? man, I did a flub there, and I'll do this. Now, and you're the worst judge of yourself. So if you really want to get into music and really play good, you got to record yourself. You got to study. And you got to play with other people. Okay. So anyway, let me see. Let me see. Let me answer these questions. Okay, every day. Yep. I read solos. Oh my God, sir, you one of my favorite. Okay, how long have you been playing guitar? I've been playing guitar since I was 11. Alexis. What do I prefer, jazz or blues? I like jazz and blues, actually. I love rock too. I started off playing rock. I love all styles of music, actually. There's only two types of music: good and bad music. Remember that. That's a good quote. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Someone loves my shorts, Overbird. Thank you, Anonymous. What should be the ideal way to learning new songs for everyone? Someone asked me that question earlier. You know what? You got to listen to the song. You got to practice the song every day and memorize it. That's the best thing to do. And I try to listen to, different ways people play these songs. Like you might hear a rock song played two different ways. Always hear the original version. Now, if you're learning a song that, that's never recorded, that's a whole different thing. But, listen to the song and play it every day consistently for like a couple of weeks. Then you'll really get the song subconsciously. Your brain works like that. Your brain will remember these things after doing it over and over and over. It's like driving a car. In the beginning, I drive a 6-speed manual transmission car. If you don't practice stuff every day, you'll forget it. But once you know it, you can do it all the time. Just like guitar. But you can lose it with guitar. I know great musicians who stop playing, and then they lose it because they don't practice every day. So you have to keep it up with music, okay? Does everything that applies to electric guitar also apply to acoustic and vice versa? Everybody, if you play electric guitar, you should know acoustic guitar. I have a ton of acoustic guitars. So let me show you one right now. So this is a 6-string acoustic. Look, so I play acoustic guitar too. You should learn acoustic guitar first if you play. So if I'm playing bebop or whatever, so when I'm playing my acoustic guitar, it's very important to know how to play acoustic guitar too, everybody. You have to start off with that. And they're all different, but you should make any guitar sound good: acoustic, electric, solid body, arch top, steel string, nylon string. Yeah, these are nylon strings, everybody. So I have a nylon string. I have like a steel string. I have tons of guitars. You can't see them. Look at this. Let me get another one. Here's another guitar. Here's a steel string. 1 second. I got a steel string here. So this is my humidifier. I throw that in there. Steel string. So yeah, I play steel string too. I have all the guitars actually. I have a 12 string. I have a banjo. You should be able to play all these instruments, everybody. So it's important to be able to be versatile too. And if you want to, someone's talking about making a living playing music, you got to be very versatile in these days. Like I specialize in jazz, but I can play other styles, so I get called for other things too. So you got to be able to do those type of things too. So everybody, I'm going to have to finish the live stream right now. So we were talking about difficult melodies, and people started asking me all these other questions. So are there other jobs that feel similar to playing guitar, like things that guitar players have to predisposition to? Like, well, when you're playing guitar, you got to be able to be very versatile. You got to be able to play different styles. If you want to make a living playing guitar, you got to be able to read notation. Not tabs. Guitar players, I notice a lot of people on YouTube, on my Patreon, my students, they don't know how to read music. So, because they never, everybody's like YouTube tabs what the problem with tabs is you got to know what the sound sounds like. Otherwise, you can't play the music because you don't know what the rhythm is. You don't know what it sounds like at all. But so that's a real problem. When you have notation, you can actually play the song and read it because it has it has the notes, it has the rhythms, and you can play exactly the song the way the song is on a record. So I mean, you got to be versatile. You got to have all the guitars. You got to be able to read. You got to be able to record. You got to be able to have good time. There's so many things to be a good musician. And you can't, and the most important thing is I love teaching you guys on YouTube, but you can't just watch YouTube videos to get this together. You got to have a teacher. You've got to play with people. I mean, I don't want to be, I just want to be real with everybody. You got to be realistic about all this stuff. So, I mean, because you know what? Otherwise, you're going to go out there and you're going to say, hey, I can't get a gig because, there's the things you don't know. And, and you can't just, you got to have someone say, look, you're not playing that note right. You got to put your finger here. You got to learn how to play with people. There's all kinds of things. It's a lot involved being a musician. And, and it's weird. I haven't been playing that much over a year. So now I'm getting back to gigs. So I feel like a little bit like rusty. That's the word. I still sound good, but I feel rusty. Because, you got to be able to play with people all the time and get together with people. So that's a reality check, I call it. So that's a great question. Yeah. So Anonymous, you're playing every day. Yeah, I play the bass too, so fan. Yeah, you gotta practice. You know what? If you don't feel like you're getting better, that's when you need a teacher. So if you need a teacher, please contact me. We can discuss. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube, who study with me privately, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to practice. And that's it, everybody. So contact me at Ron Jackson Music. No, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com if you want more information. If you enjoyed my, if you're learning from me today, please donate $1 or more to my, to my Instagram. I mean, to my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and Chase Quick Pay at Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And everybody, I'll be doing a live stream tonight at 7 p.m. on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And please follow me everywhere. I'm going to have to teach another student right now, actually. Right after this, a private student online who's been studying with me for 2 years, and he's made so much improvement in improvisation. So, let me see. I play guitar. Oh yeah, so great. Thank you. So everybody, please, definitely, follow me, and I'll give you straight ahead advice on everything. Please rewatch this live if you miss anything. Please share with everybody, and please support me everywhere, and I really appreciate you guys being my fans. I got to 26,000 subscribers now here on YouTube. It's past my Instagram, and it's about to pass my TikTok on YouTube. And YouTube, 5 months ago, I only had 2,000 subscribers. So thank you everybody for watching, and let's keep in touch. It's Ron Jackson, and I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Okay, I've got to go teach now. Okay. It was really, hey, Dario, I got your email. Dario, so you own an electric guitar. We'll talk about that more. Okay, thank you. Have a great day, everybody. So I got to go practice myself, too. I need to practice about 5 hours a day, but I'm doing too much social media, unfortunately. But thank you, guys. Please subscribe. Please share. Join my mailing list. Do all kinds of stuff. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Thank you. I'm trying to go live here, and it's going to be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's going to be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm going to be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm going to be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. I've had those kind of remarks. So if you have any questions, please ask them, What's up, everybody? On YouTube, how's it going? I'm going to go live on Instagram, too, now, just for fun. And I've been, hey, everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody. First, I'm transmitting to through Instagram and YouTube, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know. And just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April. And I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in Kansas. So if you know some places for me to play out there, let me know. Okay? I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, you know, Illinois, anywhere. How to practice arpeggios. Okay, so let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's Story? How's it going? And I love your playing over there, you know, for acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on YouTube. So you know, I'm playing my 7-string guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So you know, I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, I'm going live, and Instagram's asking me to ask you to, you know, if you want to donate badges to me to help support my page, and I appreciate it. You know, I'll give you a big shout out if you do here on Instagram and on YouTube. You can donate $1, you know, 99 cents, $1.99, or $4.99 for 1 or 2 or 3 of hearts to help me and my channel. And Instagram, you know, is encouraging me to go live, and you know, on YouTube I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Okay. Oh wow. Hey, thank you for the badge on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but let me angle the camera a little bit lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who was that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Let me adjust the camera. Now, I'm going to take some questions. I see some questions here on YouTube. Let me see. I want to see what's going on here. Love you trying to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that seventh string, just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work like, booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. It's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal, and I use and I have a bunch of pedals actually from Seymour Duncan that I use, and I actually was demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk, just in case you guys don't know him. And, we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band. It's all original music. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were, black people of color that were killed by the police. It's sweet that he got a grant for a few years ago, and then we did some video for them. It's going to be great. It has like all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ, on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal, actually. A lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan, just in case you guys don't know. Let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. Since people are asking about my pedal board, I have one right here. And let me show you what it looks like, guys. You're welcome. If you guys take your requests, on Instagram, someone actually gave me, I'm going to answer your question right now about what's my favorite song key. But if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Moonbeams is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't donate with badges because you're not on Instagram, YouTube, but I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. And we'll talk more about announcements like that too. Thank you guys. So now, let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a pedal train pedal board here. See this? And take all the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. They have great pedals. Look at the pedals in this pedal board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me try to put this. It's too much. Look at this pedal board. Let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster by Seymour Duncan. So you guys can look at that. Take a look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here. And these were like, I'm an endorser for them, so they give me pedals, basically. There's a lot of money worth of pedals here. So I love using the Boss Octaver, and look at that, yeah. Okay, and then I use a volume pedal, Boss volume pedal, FV50. It's a great volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp, actually, which is my Fender Tone Master amp back here, okay? It's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is, these are Seymour Duncan pedals too. This is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because, I like to play clean. And also, I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey, but he lives in way out in California near the beach. He does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the pedal for that stuff. Okay. So now let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jim. Red House. That's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. Are there very affordable amps that you can recommend for jazz? I mean, there are affordable amps, but I tell you guys, the best amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or they're like the tube amps, but they simulate the tubes, and they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now. And I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle the power of the amp. So these speakers are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is 250 watt speaker, put in this amp, and it sounds great. I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy. And I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. Let me see all the messages. You're from the Manila. Oh, cool. How long have you been playing? I've been playing since I was a kid. Creating ways to use the whole tone scale. Okay, so someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking, and I'll answer your questions too on Instagram too. So if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. So I like to do things like this. Half step below each, like I'm doing a third. You can play up the scale like this. Then you can go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You can go. And it's kind of easy to play the whole tone is arpeggios like this. You know, I'm using that like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. Now that's really great for for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone licks like that. But also, like I like doing whole tone licks like this. Like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See what I'm doing? So those are kind of cool licks I like to use with whole tone, everybody. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. I'm practicing right now, everybody. Actually, so I like to practice these things. Okay. So that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the D, key of D because of E is a good key too because you get those harmonics. So I love using open string harmonics with open string chords, and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite keys is like the guitar keys like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. So you can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that, okay? So I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. A bunch of people have been watching on and off on Instagram, so I'm going to play a song now before people get bored, because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you. I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass. I sound great. I'm trying. You know what? I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much business, and then I ended up not playing the guitar, unfortunately. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. This is a 7-string, guys. So just in case you guys, I want to let you guys know if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York, okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig. Okay, come watch me tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, you know, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York, okay? And it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place in Harlem, okay? And this might be backwards for you guys on Instagram, okay? And it's on 51st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, you know, on Instagram, and you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com, or anybody out there. And I want to know, you know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year, so bring me out there if you know of any places. Okay. Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad lines? What are some great ballad lines on, for example, on Stella by Starlight? Okay, let me answer that question. So if I'm doing Stella, let's play that song right now. So if I'm gonna be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. That's a 2/5 line, minor 2/5. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Now I'll be doing Lydian dominant here. Arpeggios. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. Now when I get to the G7, now I could do altered if I want to. I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A flat 7 on this. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone was asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm gonna answer some more questions on Instagram. I mean on YouTube because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying this show on Instagram, just so you know, just so you know, you can donate actually to my badges because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You can buy a badge for 99 cents or $1.99 or $4.99, 1 or 2 or 3 hearts. And on YouTube, you can just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing, thank you. How can I use the circle of fifths when I'm improvising? Well, when I'm improvising a circle of fifths, it usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing like a typical progression on rhythm changes, sometimes a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, is like I got rhythm, I got, that song. A typical reharmonization on that one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself, everybody, if you want to do these kind of licks over chord changes. So I'll just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you can practice them like symmetrically like this. It's hard to do. Etc. etc. So I'm just practicing them to different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it, okay? Let's see if you can play the bebop. What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play, if you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with a metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it, maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like they'd be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me, I don't know who this guy's name is, about some bebop stuff. I don't know. So Joe Pass, you know what he was saying? You know what he said to everybody, and I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. I'm here to give a workshop. He can play. So, I mean, and I can play whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do, and there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you know, just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people used to ask him crazy, stupid questions. Play giant steps, or play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. why are you guys watching me then? If I have nothing, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So, so anyway, whatever. So I'll answer your questions if I can. Now, so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished and minor 6 chords? Actually, the minor 6 chord and the half diminished chord, which is called actually minor 7 flat 5, are the same exact chord. Now, there's a real pain in the butt. These chords, I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you could think about them. So E minor 7 flat 5 or E half diminished is the same as a G minor 6 chord. Different inversion. Okay? So these are all the same chord. This is G minor 6 or E minor 7 flat 5. It's just an inversion. Okay. Watch it. So these are all the inversions on the 5th string root. I'm playing a 7th string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know all your inversions. You should know all these, okay? All your 6th string roots, 5th string roots, okay? All your inversions. So they're exactly the same chord, just so you guys know, okay? Great question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means if I'm going through it from one chord to another or passing chords, I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there I am. Good. So look at this. Someone just bought this book. They said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions. Okay, but this book, it teaches you how to play positions, all the scales and everything. But the thing is, everybody, you need to read just more music, more than music out of this book. You need to get just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading is by just sight reading. You got to practice your sight reading just like you practice your scales, practice everything else, okay? Yeah, I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So, so just practicing, everything you possibly can. I read all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me see if I can show you. I just read anything. I have a bunch of books behind the screen here. But, sight reading books, anything, And I try to read stuff, don't read all the jazz riddles. I have all these fake books. You could try to read bass clef. Try to read bass clef. These bass lines on bass clef. Slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by Mike Nog. So there's all kinds of, all these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are I'll tell you, everybody. This is real. What happens if you put some music in front of a guitar player? They stop. And you don't want to be like that. You want to be very well-rounded as a guitar player. I think you should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than anything else. So I read sheet music, I read guitar chords, everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. I appreciate you, Ymir. So let me go. How do you transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs? You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube. shorts and on my TikTok, all at Ron Jackson Music, and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's a very common jazz blues, but the changes are different, in blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, Hey, oh, yeah. Whatever some quarter voicings. I can see quarter voicings. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fourths. That's very, easy to play on guitar. So, great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. And, I thank you for all the questions and great, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is. What other option? What people are saying on YouTube right now. And let me keep playing, everybody, because everybody's gonna get bored if I keep don't play. Can you please talk about slash chords? So yeah, someone's asking me about slash chords. Okay, so I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like 2 chords over 1. Okay, look at this. These are slash chords right here. Endangered Species by, I think it's Wayne Shorter. I think it's a Wayne Shorter song. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Wayne Shorter and somebody else. So look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means, to me, that means G over A is a G chord with an A in the bass. Now, an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over A is actually, to me, it could also be called an A sus9. And a A over B is a B sus9. Then it has F major 7 over a B. So look, F major 7 flat 5 over B. So watch this. Okay. Now that's weird. Now what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord, to me, is almost like I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord, so it can make it easier for me to play. So an F major 7 flat 5 with a B in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B low scale. So here, so when there's a G over A, then how do you play over that stuff? To me, a G over A is actually an A suspended chord, so I'll use E Dorian. A B over A over B, I would use an F Dorian scale too. Or it's a dominant scale. Okay, a B dominant. So that's how you go over the slash chords. That's a great question. So slash chords can be scary looking even for me, because they look complicated. But sometimes also, the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing it's a chord on top with a bass note. Sometimes I'll write 2 chords on top. That can be difficult too. Like one chord could be like a G, then one chord on the bottom could be like an A minor or something crazy. So that's even more difficult. And that happens actually, that exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, for all the questions, and please share my page with everybody, and follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube, and I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, so please share my page. And if, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop on Lively. Now, this is backwards on Instagram, I'm sorry. But it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com. Okay, and I'm doing a workshop that's, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too. Okay? And you can it transmits all over the world. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 18th, Eastern Standard Time. I had people from all over the world attending that. Oh, cool. You're going to be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January. If the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will, okay, I'll be there. I did my tour last year of California. I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. So, send me a message, everybody, if you need me to come play in your area. Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? So, if you're enjoying this, also I'm having a gig tomorrow night in New York City with this great singer named Hanka. Come to Harlem at Patrick's Place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay? You just have to eat and drink something, though, of course. Okay? So if there's any questions, let me know. I'm going to play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so that's Venmo, PayPal, Cash App for you guys here, and backwards for Instagram. Or you can just give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like. Okay, thank you. NAMM, I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM. Okay, we're there with oh, cool, great, that's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50-city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions, but let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh yeah, Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read. Actually, I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read, because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument and do what you want to do, reading has nothing to do with anything. So that's a great point. I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't know how to read till later myself, until I went to Berkeley, and then I started doing Broadway stuff here in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people, unless you're going to have amazing ears, it's hard to learn a lot of stuff if you can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer, and it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I got to go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. Whoa! What's the strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time. And I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying to do this. So, thanks, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. Thanks, Ron. You're welcome. Yeah. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Next time. You can watch the playback, though. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon, okay? Watch the playback. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hey. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. How are you? So, do me a favor. If you're live with me right now, please go to the chat box and ask anything about guitar picking. Today's subject is about picking on the guitar. It could be left-handed or right-handed. And I used primarily the George Benson technique. So you can actually, we could talk about that technique, and also you can also talk about other techniques like sweeping, picking all down or picking all up. There's so many different methods to picking. So one of the best things to do is obviously, like right now I'm using, it depends on the guitar too. So right now I'm using a guitar that has round strings. I just got the guitar from Eastman. It's a Eastman T49D guitar, and you can actually, the strings are round wound. So when I play round wound strings, okay, now if you have a problem hearing me, let me know. So I'm actually playing through my audio sound card. When I hit round wound strings, I tend to pick what's the word? Straight on or perpendicular. Because if you start, I like to pick sideways like that. But to pick sideways on a round wound string, you get a lot of scraping sound. You hear that? So I learned how to pick on both types of strings. So I'll adjust. See that? So on round wound strings, you hit straight on, like perpendicular. And I use the George Benson technique where I turn my pick like this. Let me go closer to the, I'm going to move a little bit closer to the computer here so you can see. And I actually turn my pick like this. My pick is almost like this when I hit the strings. You see that? It's like sideways, but I'm going inside, like my wrist is going up. Some people pick like this. I think Pat Metheny picks like that. A lot of guitar players, I know Mark Whitfield does this way, picks this way. George Benson, a lot of people like Bobby Broom, Rodney Jones. That's who I studied with too. When I hung out with George Benson, and they held the pick this way. Okay. Now, you hear this? You hear that? Now, if you hit straight on, hear the difference. That's a warmer sound when I go sideways. When I turn up like that. You hear a treblier sounding. So, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to put this in the chat box. There's a chat box here. We're going live. And what was I going to say? I'm going to put this in the chat box. Send me questions. Okay. So, one of my warm-ups I like to do actually is what I call the open string tremolo. So I like to go really fast as possible. Just hit like the first string, go down and up, but you gotta go fast as possible. So I'm hitting this pick straight on. I don't like hitting the pick straight on because it's too much. When you hit the pick straight on to the string, it's really hard to control. But when I go sideways like this, I can play much faster because there's a lot less tension. And I'm going inside of the pick. So you could do this exercise. You got, if you're not warmed up, you can get a lot of tension on your picking hand. See that? So my right arm. Some people are left-handed, so that's why I call it picking hand. You could do that for a while, fast as you possibly can. Now you can use dynamics, soft, loud, etc. Okay, then you can move to the second string and do the same thing. You do this with me. Now the problem is when I get to the round strings, I'm going to switch guitars in a minute. Go to my 7th string. You're going to have a problem with round strings doing this because to be able to play sideways, it's better to use flat wound strings. Now, some people don't know what flat wound strings, but flat wound strings are the ones where the strings are all the winding is actually ground down flat, so you don't have any issues. Now the next one is now I'm using the round wound string here. It's not that bad because these are like kind of like polished down. Now the 6th string, you can hear the scraping. If I hit it straight on, you hear the scraping. So this is a really good warm-up exercise because this makes your left hand do a lot less work. You can play this fast. Now you can do different little exercises too between strings. Like now, good exercise is going down and up or up and down between 2 strings like this. Things like that. See? Okay, and then that's one thing you could actually do. And then we're going to start working on arpeggios and all that stuff too, and how to sweep with those. I'm trying to see if there's anybody sending me questions while we're talking or texting me about this. Okay, good. So that's a great warm up. Now you could do the skipping strings. Hey, Reggie. Oh, Reggie Hagee has a question. How long would you suggest the strumming practice? You mean the tremolo practice? Is that what you mean? Let me write that down. Sorry, tremolo. I mean, I would suggest like doing that for 5 minutes or something. It should just be a warm up like that. The thing is, when you do that exercise, you just gotta make sure you're completely relaxed. And my hand's already stiff because I'm not really warmed up. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that to warm up, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Just a little bit to start. Now you could do skipping strings too. That's much harder. So I'm going. You could go. You could go. You can make up little exercises. Like I'm going 2 notes or triplet. Triplets are interesting because you can go down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. You know, you can switch between it, or you can just go down, up, down, down, up, down. We could go 4 notes. Now you can skip like 2 strings. So now you notice too that I'm not. I'm primarily focusing on just getting those notes out. But you know, the thing is, like if you're actually playing, you're gonna have to actually what's the word? Lock the strings to get sound with your left hand eventually and your right hand. There's a lot of ringing. So, you know, the most important thing is now is that I'm actually using alternate picking, which is down, up, and you should be able to practice your scales and your runs with those kind of with alternate picking mostly. So when I'm actually playing a line, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let me adjust this right so you can go. Let's just do a different key, like let's say A flat. So what I'm doing is I'm doing all alternate picking. I mean, obviously, and see now you got to coordinate your left hand and right hand. So the thing is now you can do different exercises with that. You can go, you can do, you know, 8th note. Or you can, now I'm doing, you could make up different kinds of exercises with that. You can go in thirds and go, use alternate picking. Any position. I mean, any possible fingering that you do, you should try to use alternate picking. Now, but another rule is, let's say you have an arpeggio. Okay, arpeggios like let's say like even 2 notes. I can use sweeping now. Sweeping is when you go across 2 strings, 2 or more strings in the same direction. It could be going down this direction, even though the pitch is going up, or going up this way, even though the pitch is going down. Go back to A flat. Now, what I can actually do too is I can do like a phrase with the chords where I can just go, I can do 3 note voicings and go up the scale this way, up the neck, up the neck. I'm doing diatonic chords in the K flat, just thirds. So I'm going 1, 3, you know, A, B minor, C minor. So if I'm going to sweep up, I can go. See what I'm doing? So I can mix them up actually now. See? That's all right. So I'm only going one direction, but you could actually sweep backwards too. You could sweep like this. I'll move the mic a little closer. You can sweep like this. Now, if you look at my picking hand, if you have any questions about the picking hand and how I'm doing this, I'm actually still keeping the pick. I'm not hitting the pick straight. I'm not hitting the pick straight anymore. I'm still going like this sideways. You know, this exaggerated upward, wrist motion here or wrist placement. You know, it's not straight like this. And the pick's straight. The pick is going against the string like this. You can see that. It's more like that if you see the pick. Okay. So I'm going to go up like this. I can go up. Now the thing is not to have the notes bleed into each other. So it doesn't sound like you're actually holding a chord together like this. You want to go. You want to make sure the notes are separated so you can get cool lines like this. So if you want to mix them up, you can go like this. So I'm going to go down, up, or you can go. Now I'm doing that on actually the fourth, second, and third strings, fourth, third, and second string. You can do it from any arpeggio. I'm just doing the diatonic chords to the key of A flat. It's a little harder. So you can do it that way. I'm only doing 3 adjacent notes too, like a chord. But you can actually go. You can actually separate notes in different ways. You can go. You can go 2 notes and then on the same string play the arpeggio instead of going like this. So if I did something like that, I would go sweep, then go up, down, down, up, like that. Backwards, I would go down, down, up, up, down, up. Going up like that, going backwards. I mean, there's some ways you can practice these type of things. You can go, I can use a fifth string root. Going down, sweeping. I like that lick here. I'm going. This sweeping lick, I'm actually going sweep, down, sweep, up, like that. It's a great warm-up exercise for your picking, actually, these type of exercises. Okay, if anybody has any more questions, please let me know. I see 3 people watching so far. That's great. Now, another thing you can actually do is, so you can start doing, there's different kinds of picking. So picking is not only with a pick. You can actually use hybrid picking. Now, hybrid picking is when you hold the pick and you start using your extra fingers to play chords, you know. So I usually do that if I'm comping, like let's say I'm doing a bass line or walking, or I have some other stuff happening. Sometimes I start doing this. Turn up a little bit. So I'll go, if I'm walking a bass line, I'm only playing my 6-string right now, but I can go like this. See, I'm actually using the pick to do the bass line, and then I'm actually, I'll do the comping rhythms with my extra fingers. I usually use my second and third. See how I'm using my extra fingers? So sometimes when I'm walking bass lines, I don't necessarily use my pick for everything. I'll mix them up. Now you can use your pick for everything, so you have to play right into the melody note. So now what happens is whenever I'm playing like the bass line and there's an extra place where I can throw the chord in, I'll just hit the pick with no fingers. So you have to be able to what's the word? You know, be able to change up whenever you want between these picking styles. You notice how the pick when you use the pick, it's a lot louder sounding too. A lot not as nice as sounding, you know, or soft as sounding. This sounds smoother to me. If I use my pick. It's more abrasive sounding. So when I'm picking, that's hybrid picking. So I mean, there's different types of hybrid. I'm just doing a walking bass line, but you could do a melody like this with hybrid picking too. It's coming soon. See how I'm mixing up the fingers now with the picking at the same time. Now, if I can still do the same thing with my pick. I have to really play every chord. So pick, actually, you know, when you're actually using your fingers, you can get a lot more independence with both hands. I mean, you know, I do a little so that's one way of playing. So I'm using my pick on this one, and fingers called hybrid picking. But also, you should know how to do some finger picking stuff too. I mean, you should start. Picking is a big world, you know. Like Tommy Emmanuel is a great guy to check out, man. He's like a real master of like the finger picking and playing melodies together. You know, and some people are really great at like just like picking. I saw Julian Lodge, guitar player, play really quick picking just on acoustic guitar, kind of like mixing it up, just playing all picking with no hybrid picking, just picking every note. So you can actually get this stuff really, really together. So like another thing is just to learn how to do fingerstyle guitar. You know, classical is a really good thing. Now that's a whole different world because now you gotta learn how to get every note clean with every finger. So I used to study classical guitar. You know, one of the things they do is like have you play a C chord, do all these different kinds of patterns. And holding that C chord was like just as hard as playing the picking. Or you know, different patterns. I mean, there's so many things you can do with just finger picking. And another good thing to do is actually like I used to study Chet Atkins, and he was great. You could do like you know, ragtime guitar stuff. Oops. So I'm doing like a ragtime finger picking thing. That's one of my old songs called Old Country Road. And I'm into this kind of stuff too, but you gotta keep, you know, you have to keep practicing these things to keep up all these techniques, you know, left hand independence. I mean, right hand independence with your picking, left hand at the same time with the bass line going. And sometimes I get like, you know, I have the missing string syndrome, like missing limb. So I play 7-string a lot. So as soon as I feel it's a 7-string, then I start trying to play it. It's not the right note. So it can get kind of tricky. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me questions. Hold on. I'm going to say, send me questions, please. Send me questions, please. Send me questions. In the chat box of on this live stream, please send me a question. So now, some people ask me, there's some other techniques too to play. Like, you know, picking is really important because sometimes when I'm picking, I don't play every note. I don't pick every note. I also phrase with my left hand when I'm taking a solo. Excuse me, and I'm making sure that I don't like pick every note because sometimes it can sound really heavy. So if I'm playing really fast, I'm not necessarily playing picking every note. Oh, what is this? Hold on. There's a question right here. How does picking vary between 6 and 7 string in layman's terms? Oh, so when you're picking with a 7-string guitar, I should get the 7-string guitar out. It's a little different. You have a lot more strings to try to block and cover with your right hand too. Now, picking your technique is also learning how to mute strings. Let me get my 7-string out. Hold real quick. Hold on. Oh, where's that chord? Here it is. So here's my 7-string. Yeah, that's a good question. So when I'm playing a 7-string, it's a little different because, I mean, not technically speaking, but you have to block a lot of strings now. Also, I have flat wound string on this, so I can play sideways, except for the 7-string, which is, you can hear that scraping sound. On the 7-string is round wound, but the rest, they're all taped. Only thing, the problem is with the 7-string is that there's so many more notes to block. So if I'm playing that ragtime piece with my left hand, my right hand. So tricky to play that ragtime piece now because I have that low note. I'm not used to playing ragtime on a 7th string. So I could actually go up here now. See, I can get that low note there. That I didn't have before, the D. So this is the A, and this is a D. So when I'm doing the finger picking now, it's tricky because the spacing is different with the 7th string as well. Now, so I can put that low note in there. I really love that low A string. So what happens is I'm actually I have to compensate to use that 7th string now when I'm actually doing fingerstyle. Now with the bass line, it's the same thing. If I'm doing, I was playing the key of C earlier like this, just like a rhythm changes in the key of C. So I was kind of doing this on the 6th string. Now, when I'm doing the hybrid picking, it's actually, I get all those notes down, but I have to compensate with the 7th string. See that? So I'm actually have to compensate with the hybrid picking. Now, if I'm going to do the same thing with strumming, I can actually go. I can go. So you should be able to compensate with a pick. You should be able to play with and without a pick. And what if you lose your pick? I mean, I used to actually at one time I used to play with my thumb. Oh yeah, we never talked about the thumb playing. So another picking technique is playing with your thumb. So you know, one of my biggest influences, I guess, like everybody else, is Wes Montgomery. So I used to play with my thumb. That's a whole different thing too. I forgot about that part. So no, I used to see Wes, and he used to, I think, hold his thumb kind of like this, like a real pick. I had some friends that actually seen him play, and he would actually look like his thumb was so worn out. It was shaped like a pick, I heard. So the thing is now, most artists are done like, well, you know, he used to pick with his thumb too, obviously. So you would actually do the same kind of thing you would do with a pick. You would actually, what's the word? Pick down and up, like alternate picking with your thumb. You could do the sweeping thing too with your thumb. You know who's really amazing with playing with his thumb and as well as a pick is too is George Benson. He can play just as fast with his thumb. He doesn't even need a pick. You know, sometimes he'll just play with his thumb. He's really good at that. Now I heard this guy. If you read about George Benson, now you know he learned how to pick with the thumb going with the pick going up like this because I heard he used to just practice, you know, on tour. And he used to be cramped in the car, and so he just picked like, you know, he had to hold his guitar up like this, and his picking technique, you know, would go up. Now he was really, you know, a child prodigy. He was playing that good, you know, when he was like, I saw videos of him playing 18 years old with who's that guy? Which organ player? You know, some great organ players back then, you know, and he knew how to pick like that quick. And one thing about George Benson, I was reading an interview with, watching an interview with Marcus Miller. He said that George Benson practices all the time. He has a guitar all over the house and just practices, whatever, all the time. You know, that's why he's so good. And I even had friends who toured with him, and he just practiced all the time. And that's how his picking technique was so good. Because, he's one of those kind of guys, you just keep practicing all the time, and you get so good at it. It just becomes so second nature. He just picks up any guitar, makes it sound good. I've heard him play a Stratocaster, and it sounds good. Or Telecaster, any of those, even a solid body guitar. So, so when you're playing a 7-string, this guitar particularly has these black flat round strings, nylon tape, and they're really good. They don't make any noise when you're playing them. They're just like, they're regular round, flat round string. So there's you hear no noise. See that? This string you hear, the 7th string, but the rest are all flat. So there's absolutely no noise. So it's really good for sweeping and stuff, like this. So we were talking about playing fast. So when I'm actually playing fast, I'm trying to not just pick every note. I'm trying to use more legato with my left hand. So you got to learn how to do that too. So when I'm actually playing really quick, my left hand's doing a lot of, so my picking, I don't have to pick every note. Not like Pat Martino would pick every note. You have to, it's like, playing that fast, picking every note, sounds too abrasive to me personally. I like to mix it up. I'll go like. See what I'm doing is I'm kind of mixing up the picking with the legato with the left hand. More using. I'm not talking about with legato with your left hand. You're doing more hammer on. Slides. Just not relying only on the pick. Like someone like John McLaughlin picks every note all the time. It sounds abrasive. I like to make it sound more legato, like a saxophone player. Mix up the picking with, with legato, left hand hammer on, pull off kind of things on the left hand. I'll go like this. I'll go things like. That's a nice thing. See how I'm mixing the legato with the picking? I'm going. See how the pick's coming right off. I might do a hammer on. See, I might go. See, I'll take my picking hand out. So my left hand's doing some of the work too. So I'm just trying to show you that you don't have to pick every note. I did that all picking stuff. It will sound like that. It sounds like when it's picked every note. So you want to get a nice clean sound when you're actually playing. And that's my opinion. Now, some people like the picking sound like that. So I think that's your preference. What else? So let's get back to the thumb a little bit. So when Wes was playing the thumb, so I was playing with my thumb for a while, maybe 15, 20 years ago, a lot. I was playing with my thumb. So now, I think playing with the thumb has such a warm sound. So I would just do exercises like. See, I'm not used to playing with my thumb going down and up, but you can practice down and up picking and picking notes. I think a lot when you're playing with your thumb also, you have to rely a lot on your left hand. At least in my case. I was doing West Montgomery's Road Song. You have to do a lot of with your left hand and right hand this time because for me to compensate for the, it's not, to me, it's not as loud as like Wes would do it because he really played it. He used to probably flick the, if you hit your thumb like this, you can kind of flick the string and get a more sound, almost like what we call rest stroke in classical. A rest stroke is when you hit the string and you rest on the next string, and you get more of a sound of it. You get the bouncing of the string like elastic. Actually, we never talked about that with the pick, so you can do the same thing with the pick. Sometimes when I pick a note, I'll rest on the next string to get more response from the string. Another good technique I forgot to mention, there's so many techniques with picking. The sweeping. I mean, one great guy who's really great at sweeping is Frank Gambale. He had this like video years ago that was all sweep picking that I actually have somewhere on a video that can't work anymore. And basically those videos were like, what's the word? You know, eventually get stuck in your video machine. So you can actually order the DVDs now for this stuff, so they're so much more reliable. But he had a great video about sweeping. He did all kinds of weird stuff with sweeping, really advanced stuff, you know. And another good technique is learn how to mute the strings when you're picking, because when you start recording stuff, you can hear the string. There's a lot of string noise that strings ringing. So one good technique is actually playing like a scale. Like a good exercise I like to do is like to learn how to pick and mute with your left hand, so you don't, but to also play one note at a time. This one good technique is playing the A minor pentatonic, let's say the fifth position like this. Okay, and I could just hit every note and every string like this. And learn how to block every note. I'm hitting all 7 strings. But this is the hard part. This is the first string. I have a lot more strings to cover here. So what I'm actually doing is learning how to block the strings with my left hand and playing all 7 strings on this, in this case, with my pick, and try to get a clean sound. So you could actually start doing the funky percussive stuff when you're doing funk. So you can actually get that muted sound in between strings. Another good technique for picking is learn how to mute with your left hand when you're picking, like I was just doing. See how I'm doing muting and that kind of stuff. There's so many picking techniques. So let's do a little review. So so you remember the most important thing, Reggie. Oh, Reggie, thanks for the question. Reggie's asking, do you keep your nails in any condition for finger style? You know what? When I do finger style, you know, I have friends that I had this guitar teacher, Ben Scher, Berkeley, you know, professor, come over. I did like a duet with him at my place, you know, for Mike's master classes. And Ben actually has like fingernails or finger picks attached to his fingers. And so, I mean, I basically just use skin when I'm doing picking. I think you're talking about my picking hand, I hope. And I don't use any kind of conditioning. I just use my skin on my fingers. But people actually grow their nails to play classical. Now, when you do the classical stuff, thanks, Reggie. You know, when you do the classical stuff, you're using nylon strings mostly. So it's kind of hard to put your nails on steel strings. That's the problem. So, you know, we haven't even talked about how to pick on a nylon string. That's a whole different world too. And on steel string guitars. So you have to adjust your picking a little bit to get used to these things because they're round strings. But no, I don't do anything to my nails. I just try to keep them short for my left hands because if they get a little too long, it starts to interfere with my left hand technique. But as far as my picking, I just have my nails short, and I use skin basically. So I can use my thumb. Sometimes when I use my thumb, most of the time I'm just hitting downstroke on using my thumb. But also I know how to use my fingers a bit. I used to do it a lot at one time, practice like. So I'll use my thumb and first finger, like down, up, down, up. A lot of classical guys do that. Some classical guys, like I've seen Paco de Lucia, they'll use like their first, the index and middle finger to play like play like crazy fast runs. But they're using nails too, So the nail, when Paco de Lucia was using nails, it had a really strong sound. I mean, they put super glue on there so there's a break and all that. It's really like a whole world that I'm not saying I'm lazy, but I didn't want to keep up with all that upkeep for your nails to play this stuff. But flamenco guys and all that, they have stuff like that. And classical guys, they have nails. But if you want to see some technique, you should check out the videos with John McLaughlin, Al Di Meola, and Paco de Lucia when they had this trio for fast picking technique. They're not particularly playing jazz, but that's fine. I mean, I saw these guys in high school. And they had so many chops. They go, they're doing really fast scales. Stuff like that. Crazy runs. I mean, they're just like scale runs. This really played fast. And I really like this. That's a whole different kind of technique. Now, jazz is, I don't want to say it's more sophisticated. It's just like, I love John McLaughlin and all these guys, but I like to play with more sophisticated legato kind of playing technique. So you got to kind of switch that up together. So, I mean, I'm going to be putting some picking exercises on Patreon soon, that I use for warm-ups. There's different warm-ups you can use, like the tremolo. There's sweeping. There's all kinds of different techniques. So if there's any questions, let me know. You can send a comment, put a comment on this video after. I might finish up here. I mean, there's so many more. I think I got basically all the techniques. We talked about hybrid picking, finger picking, thumb picking, a sweeping. We didn't talk much about sweeping down. So you can sweep down, like, especially with licks. Like one of my favorite licks to sweep down with is like the 9. Picking a minor 9, like a G minor 9. It's a great. I like to use that sweeping lick. I like to use it also on the. That's on the first string. I could use it. When I do it on the second string, a lot of people guitar players put that. So you hit that major 7 there, which is this. Here's a little different. You're hitting the root there. On the second string, you're going. See that? I can do it that way too. So sweeping down is a really cool thing to do too. All sweeping down. Also, one rule that I forgot to mention was that when you're doing alternate picking, you alternate going. One rule is to go sweep. Is to alternate going up and sweep and alternate going down. I mean, that's a rule I heard about that George Benson actually used. You sweep and alternate and do alternate picking going down this direction and do up. When going up this direction, you use alternate picking as one rule. I mean, in my case, I just do anything I possibly can to play the phrase the best I can. So if it's some kind of arpeggio, I use sweeping. But sometimes I'll mix up an arpeggio with alternate picking. So the rules you can break the rules once you learn them. But the most important thing is to get that picking going, and using dynamics and every possible thing that you can actually do with your picking. So I suggest listening to different people and trying to learn their picking styles. Not only like just with your pick, just learn how to play. Guitarists. I think jazz guitarists are very limited with it. Limits you to use just a pick and play one note at a time, basically. So if you can do hybrid picking and fingerstyle and learn those techniques too, it opens up your whole world. And what happens is sometimes when you're trying to cover all the parts, it limits you too. So when you're playing just all solo, your solos are really good because you're only playing just one line. And when you start trying to do a solo when you're playing chords, that's a whole, when I had my guest Sean McGowan on acoustic guitars, on an acoustic guitar takeover I had about a month ago. Sean's great, man. He does the walking bass lines, the chords, and solos at the same time. Now I can kind of do that, but he has it really worked out, and you can hear it's really worked out too, So and it's really a skill to do that. But sometimes when you're doing it that way, it limits your soloing because obviously when you're trying to do everything, your solos can't be as strong. I think. I'm not saying his are in general, but I'm just saying, at least in my case, I can't solo as strong because I'm doing all this other stuff, and I'm trying to worry about playing the bass line, the chord over the, whatever. I'll be going. See how I'm mixing everything up? Like, what I want to actually, one good thing to learn is see if you can keep all the bass line, everything going without stopping while you're taking these solos. And that's really hard for me to do. I have to really work out everything, detail to do that. And so that's part of arranging, Joe Pass kind of did it that way, but not exactly. He would do it like, if you listen to this record, I started listening to him recently again. And he was a master of like playing solo stuff, but he's not exactly playing like all the time like a solo and with the chords and bass line going at the same time. You have to have that really worked out. He had a lot of stuff worked out. Sometimes he would do that, but not all the time. He'd start filling in and just play lines and mix them all up. So I think I covered a lot of stuff today on picking. And if there's any questions, or after this live stream, please send a comment on the live stream. And, let me know if there's any questions there, and I'll respond on the live stream. Who is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Can you play it? Fingerstyle picking song? What do you think? Oh, I got to think about it. What is your favorite fingerstyle picking song? Oh, I don't even know. Oh, one of them is... I don't know. One of my favorite fingerstyle songs is Classical Gas. And I have the music, and I used to know the song, but of course I need to practice. But that's one of my favorite, like, fingerstyle kind of like, it was a big hit too by Mason. What's his name? Mason Williams, I think? That's Classical Gas. I like this song. I don't remember the song too well, so but that's one of my favorite classical, like fingerstyle kind of songs, and these type of things you have to keep up with practice, But that's one of my favorite So that's a good song for everybody to learn. So Classical Gas, you remember that one by Mason Williams? I think that's his name. I'll have to look it up after. But thank you everybody for having me. This a Patreon workshop. I'm going to start. I haven't made any of these videos public yet, but I'm going to start releasing these live. Oh, I see another person joined. Thank you. For people who joined just now, I just went over all these techniques: thumb picking, playing with your thumb, hybrid, pick style, finger style picking. So at the end of this video, you can actually watch the, you can go back and watch the video again about all the techniques I just went over. And if you have any questions, please post a comment to the video. Hold on. At the end, hold on. Let's see. Comment on playback. So please comment on playback, after you watch the video, okay? So thank you, everybody. And we'll talk to you soon. Please send me questions on Patreon, and that's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. my favorite songs. One, two, three, four.
Thank you. One of my favorite songs. I'm going to be demoing these 7-string guitars for you guys. I have actually a bunch of 7-string guitars, but let me turn this down. Let me turn my volume down so there's no delay here. But I'm going to be just showing you my 4 of them. They're all different styles. I want to see all the messages coming in. So let me make sure it's placed correctly here, my camera. Make sure I don't get my head cut off too much. Minor adjustments. Oh yeah, good. So let me plug in my my Cremona 7-string first. See this? So I have like 4 different guitars right now that I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to be showing you the PRS SE Custom 7-string. Okay, the Cremona Fiesta F65CW, a great guitar that I endorse out of Bulgaria. They're from Bulgaria. And Ivan has 7-string steel string guitar as well. So let me I'll make adjustments here with my camera a little bit. Let me turn the amp on. So you can hear me through the amp. Now remember, everybody, how's it going, everybody? If you have any questions, please send them to me. So right now, hi, Thad. How are you? I like their last name. There's a place in Switzerland that I played at years ago, and I don't know how you say your last name, if you're American or not. But just so you guys know, this is a Cremona 7-string that I endorse, and if you like this, contact me. I'm a dealer. I actually can get you a great deal directly through me at Cremona Guitars. They're from Bulgaria, and they make wonderful guitars. So this is basically in tune.
So this is a 7-string Cremona nylon. Now, usually you're supposed to play nylon with your fingers. Hey, Anthony. You're welcome, Anthony from Ireland. Great to see you guys. So these are really nice guitars for the price point. You know, this has full EQ. If you look carefully, I'm still trying to learn how to use the EQs. You know, it has blend, volume, notch, contour, frequency, pickup, and mic. Now, if I put it toward the mic, you hear the mic? It's coming through right now. It's you know, pretty powerful mic, and when you use the mic, there's a lot of issues with feedback I noticed. So it sounds better with the mic though. So let me play you something on this 7-string Eastman. If you have any questions about the guitars, please let me know. So you actually can hear the mic pick my voice up. So, you know, it has a really trebly sound when you put the mic on too. Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. Turn the treble down and turn the bass up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up. See, I don't like that sound as much as when I blend it in, and actually just so you guys know, the best way to play a guitar, acoustic guitar, is with no amp at all. So we'll play with this amp a little bit, then I'm going to take it off the amp. See, now it's with the pickup sounds better to me. It has a better sound. You hear that? I can turn it up a little bit. So, and also they say that you should not be so it really sounds great. Now, this is a 7-string nylon. If you get these low notes, now this is with the amp right now, everybody, just so you know, I'm plugged in. Okay, but I'm gonna take it off the amp in a second. So it has, I think the amp just makes it sound doesn't sound as nice. That sounds a little better. I got a decent sound this time. So what I've got to learn how to use is all these contours and notches and stuff. The notch, I think, brings down the feedback. So I'm not an expert at this stuff. That might sound a little better. See that? So this is my Cremona. So just in case you want to know, after this video, I'm going to actually post the names and the brands of these guitars. Yeah, this has EQ sliders. Look, someone's asking a question. Take a look. Look carefully. See that? It has all kinds of good effects. So you got to learn how to use it. That's a great question. Someone's asking how you get rid of the flying fingers. Well, my fingers fly, but I try to keep them close. That's a technical exercise. So this is like that. So this has EQ. It has a blend, mic. It has pickup and mic blend, then treble, and then contour. Okay. So, with the bass coming on and off. As far as flying fingers, everybody, that's a technical question. So if I'm playing like an acoustic guitar, I'll give you a good example of someone flying fingers. John McLaughlin. Oh, yeah, sorry. Someone was asking about the price. Let me look it up real quick, but I think the price is basically is pretty reasonable. Let me see, a Cremona. I forgot to tell you guys I forgot to mention prices. So this is the Cremona 7-string. If you look it up, I think it lists for like about I'll tell you right now. The 7-string at Guitar Center lists for about, they say $1,200, 12 to $1,500. Okay, no, sorry, not 12, $1,300. So this guitar lists for about $1,300 minimum, and the maximum you can buy it for is about $1,500. If you talk to me directly, I'm a dealer, so I can get you a good price. You can save you a little bit, another maybe 10% or 15%. So call, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, or or go to my website or send me a message or whatever here, and I can get you a deal on these guitars and all the guitars on the Cremona website, okay? Because I'm an endorser, and I've got the guitars from my students and fans before, okay? So let me go back to the chat here. Yeah, so it's about that price. Oh, yeah, and this is a nice guitar. So let me play without an amp. So that's with the amp. I might turn it up a little. If you turn this guitar way too loud for a concert, of course it feeds back. I was playing in Bulgaria, where this guitar is from, about 4 years ago. I did a concert in the summer. It was about 4 years ago, actually. And we had to put like a tape on the sound hole so it wouldn't feedback. It sounded great after that, To play with a full band is like a lot of So talking about flying fingers, the best thing to do is practice close to the fingerboard. Yeah, we can export outside the country, actually. I have to talk to Cremona. Cremona's in Bulgaria, and also, but this Cremona USA, just in case you guys don't know, Cremona USA exists, and I deal with Cremona USA. They're based in Sacramento, California. So just so you know how I met Cremona, I met them at the NAMM show in 2013, when I was, they were next to the acoustic guitar magazine booth, and I'm a writer for acoustic guitar, so, like for example, one of my books out right now is Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'm having a sale. We'll talk about that. I'm having a sale right now through Sunday, and you can get this book out for 20% off, autographed, and it comes with videos and everything. But I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and this is from Hal Leonard too. And they actually were next to my booth, and I saw they had a 7-string guitar, and I was starting to play 7-string at that time. I started in 2012. So they don't, it's hard to find a nylon string 7-string. Nice sound, huh? Oh, you want to get this book? Go to my website. I'll show you, Yuli. Is your name Udenyet? Sorry about that. I can't say your name. But if you want to get the book, I'll show you. It's right here. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Go here. You can get anything on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. Also, that's for the printables I have on the end. But you go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday, and you save 20%. Okay. If you want to get that book and other stuff too, all my lessons, printable lessons, CDs, everything. Oh, does a string wrap around the tuning pegs change the feel and tension? No, it doesn't actually. No, it's actually pretty loose feeling. Now the strings I'm using on this are let's see if I can find them. They are actually called Royal, these strings. So on this guitar, since they're 7-string, I use the Royals strings, okay? That's what they look like. Okay, these are Royal guitar strings. Actually Cremona gave me these because these are the ones they use on their guitars for 7 strings on their Fiestas. So these are really great strings, everybody. And that's what I use on this guitar. So let me play it without, I haven't been playing the guitar much, so let me play this song with it, so you get an idea. Okay, let me play you something like a bossa nova or something. I'll try to use my fingers, okay? that was Joe Beam's song called "If You Never Come to Me," and so that's a pretty good guitar sound. Thank you. Let me look at some of the comments here. That yeah, this is an advantage over traditional pegs. Yeah, thanks. Love the channel. Great to hear from you. Hear you play. Thank you, Anthony. So I'm demoing 7-string. So let me take the amp off this thing for a second. Let me So this is a Cremona. Just so you guys, I'm gonna have it listed after the show. This is a Cremona F65CW 7-string, okay? And people have been asking me what kind of 7-string guitars I have and what are out there. So this is a nylon string one. If you play with no amp, it sounds really great. I mean, let me go a little bit closer. It's not as big as it sounds. Now you can use your fingers. And I like to do regular jazz on it too. So it has a really nice acoustic sound to it. Yeah, very nice. So it has a nice sound. So it's better. I've used this in the studio. It's much better to play an acoustic guitar with a mic, not through an amp. It has a really nice sound. Just so you guys know, this guitar has no dots on the side or anything. So you have to really know your neck not to get lost. There's no dots on the fingerboard or on the side of the neck on this model, but they're making them with the dots now for people who can't play with no dots. Position marks we call them, okay? So it's a great guitar. And the price point, if you want to contact me, I can get you a good price. Go to me, go to ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, send me an email, okay? Yeah, you can paint the dots on there. You know what? When I teach kids, I use, this is a secret. I use whiteout. Put little whiteout dots. Make sure it dries. Because when I teach like kids like in elementary school, how to play beginner guitar. I teach beginners all levels of guitar, but they forget that there's whiteout. Their fingers have all whiteout on them, so it's kind of funny. But this is a great guitar for the price. I haven't been playing it much, but it's a really great guitar for the price point. So I'm demoing all my 7-string guitars for you, everybody. Let me pull out another guitar. So any questions about this guitar, please send them to me. It's called the Fiesta F65 CW 7-string from Cremona, okay? They're out of Bulgaria, but they're from Cremona. It's based in Sacramento. It's called Cremona USA. And actually, you can get a guitar through me, this particular company, at a great price, okay? Better than stores, okay? So contact me if you want to get one. Let me put this guitar away. Let me get my PRS. For you rockers out there, I'm a PRS endorser too, just so you know. Let me show you my guitar. So this is the custom SE24. Let me turn the amp back on. It's a really great guitar. I use it for my pop and rock stuff. Let me turn it up. So let me get a rock pick here. Wow. So it's a great guitar. I mean, I play a little bit of funk rock, but this is a really great guitar for all kinds of stuff. I like it for funky stuff. It's a nice clean guitar. It has 24. It has that 7-string here. So I tune my 7-string to a low A. Okay. This is a really great guitar. It has a really great sound. The kind of guitar that appeals to me. What point is on something like this? I think this is like this guitar goes for about $800 or $900. This is like This is actually the Korean version of the 7-string from PRS. So it's it's not expensive actually. So you got to look on PRS's website or go to Guitar Center and get this. Of course, I got this from PRS myself. So it's a really great guitar. So when I'm playing solos, I think the scale is a 25-inch. I think it has 24 frets. Okay, has 2 pickups. I don't know what pickups are on. I didn't research that. I'm sorry, guys. Just take a look online. You'll find it. It has 2 humbuckers. 5-way switch 1, 5-way switch 1, 2. Oh no, three-way switch. I'm sorry about that. 1, 2, and 3. Volume and tone. Really simple. 24 fret scale. So I have like here's E. It's pretty. It goes really high. Woo. I have it on the treble pickup. I like the 24 frets, guys. It's really cool, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't have my effects pedals plugged in. You can get that low A there too. It's really a great guitar. I don't have my overdrive today. I have my clean Fender amp. Oh, let me see. The scale is PRS 25-inch. I think so. Dan, just look it up. This is a custom 24 7-string, the Korean-made version. It goes for $800 or $900 list, I think. Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's blues. The finish is a killer, isn't it? Look at this. Look at the finish. It's nice. I mean, it's a well-made guitar. You'll see right in the back, too. You're looking right in the back here, everybody. It says, you can see that? Oh, other way. It says made in Korea. You see that? I don't know if it's the right way, but anyway, it's made in Korea, and it's a good price. It's a nice guitar. I've done recordings with this, recording sessions, Broadway shows. When I need a solid body guitar. I need to play my solid body guitar more often, actually. I'm doing a lot of jazz stuff with my art stop, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. So it's a really great guitar. Let me see. So you get that low A string, which is really great. But you know what I want to get? I want to get an 8-string guitar. I'm going to try to talk to Tosin Abasi about getting one of his Abasi's concept guitars, so I can learn those 8-string guitars. So I can learn all the bass lines and all the crazy stuff he does. Yeah, he's really great. So let me see some questions here. Beautiful finish. Yeah, they're only $800. Gonna talk to Tosin? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him. It's funny. Hendrix is my hero too. So I saw Tosin Abasi at the NAMM show a couple of years ago when his guitars came out. But it's so hard to talk to people that I didn't want to talk to him about getting a guitar. And they're all sold out since the pandemic. But I want to get one of those things because I just from his company to help support him, but also because I want to get another guitar like that. So, yeah, Tosin used to have a custom Eastman Elroy 7-string. I didn't know that. I don't keep up with all these guitar players. There's too many of us. Too many of us here. Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, so that's my PRS 7-string. It's really, it's a pretty good guitar. I'm gonna adjust the amp to give it a little bit more bass. To me, I don't like it too trebly. Yeah, I have the treble up a little bit too much. Let me turn the treble down. So this sounds better to me than... I have the treble cut down a little bit. If I put it up a little bit, it has a little bit more sound. It has a pretty good sound. I need my overdrive to do that kind of stuff, though. You know what I mean? So this is a great guitar. Pretty good. And it has really great effects, you know, really clean sound. Okay, so that's my PRS SE 7-string. Let me pull out another 7-string for you. Oh, let me see. Do you have any Javier Reyes 8-string classic guitars and Animals and Leaders with Tosin? Do you know? No, I don't know those 8-string guitars. You know, I want to get an 8-string guitar eventually. The only problem is with 8-string guitar is that the tuning. I use a low A and I think they use a you know, like a low B and like maybe another E. I'm not quite sure what the tuning is, but I use a low A, so I'm used to using a low A. So it doubles my A string, and you know that's cool for me. But because I use it for a jazz kind of way, like George Van Epps. So but if I want to get an A string, I have to do it. You have to think completely different, okay? So you know, I'd like to try just to get one of those guitars and try them out, but I don't know those 8-string guitars yet. I have never tried one, so I want to get into it. So let me get another guitar here. Let me put this on standby and show you this other one. So that was my PRS. Now I have an Ibanez steel string. Yeah, it's hard to find these type of things, you know. So this is an Ibanez steel string 7-string. Sometimes has a weird sound coming through the amp recently. Remember these guitars? Wow. Yeah. Hey, you see my Instagram reels? Thanks. This is a 7-string steel string. Now it has a weird sound through the amp. You know, these things should not be played through an amp. Just so you know. So. Doesn't have a clear sound, but it's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this guitar with a mic, and it sounds great. Through an amp, it's not that great. So this is an Ibanez, and this is called the Ibanez AEL 2073 steel string guitar now with a 7th string. Those are rare to find. Okay, so these are really cool. Let me see. There's some kind of weird sound coming through this too. I don't know why. See now, it has a weird sound to the amp, but it's a really great guitar. You hear that? Now, if I take it out of the amp, let me turn the volume down. It has a nice acoustic sound to it. Listen to this. Hear that? I gotta get close to the phone. Really nice sound, you know. Nice sound, huh? So this is the Ibanez guitar. I think I spent $1,000 on this at least. I bought this about 6 years ago. You know, when I love the 7-string steel string guitars. They really make some cool You can do some great like accompaniment stuff with this, like this stuff, kind of stuff. That's a really cool sound. Yeah, so funky, lovely guitars, thank you. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. Steve Vai started on what? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but just so you guys know, you know, I have to advertise myself a little bit. If you're enjoying this, please you know, please join my Patreon if you want to. You know, I'm giving lessons there. Someone just signed up from YouTube today. You know, I start with lessons at a little as $3 a month for one lesson a month. Okay, and it helps support me and my channel. So you can just go to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music and join my Patreon. If you're enjoying my content, you know, and so you know, I'll have some more announcements in a minute. But so this is a really great guitar. You have any questions about this, anybody? If I put this away, yeah. Let me see if I can play you like a kind of a like a bluesy song. Let me see if I can put the amp on a little bit. It sounds kind of terrible to me. Let me try that. It has a really weird sound. Let me try something. Whoa. You hear that? I can't do that. So I won't use this. So let me take that out. I'm going to take this out and use my no amp. So look at this. I'm going to play like a little blues. Yeah, so I use a low A. Someone's saying Steve Vai used a low A. So I mean, Steve Vai uses a low B because I use a low A because jazz guys use a low A string. You know, rock guys, you know, everybody tends to use a low B. Okay, so and in Brazil, which is kind of weird, they use a low C on the 7th string. So they're all good, you know. So when I started playing 7-string guitar, Bucky Picciarelli, my guitar teacher at the time, who passed away actually about a year ago from COVID. He told me to switch to low A because that's how George Van Eps played. Check out George Van Eps. He was the master 7-string jazz guitarist. Oh, thank you. I'm trying my best, man. It's hard to play all these guitars. But I'll play you like a song I wrote by that I dedicated to Lightning Hopkins called Bucket Blues. Yeah, so that's one of my songs. That's off my album called Acoustic Invent Yours. You can find on my website. Looks like this, the record. I got too many things here. That's from my album called Ron Jackson Acoustic Invent Yours. And it's actually sponsored by a lot of people. You know, a lot of from Peter, Peterson tuners to Tomastic strings, Irie guitars, Seymour Duncan pickups. They help support my record. Cremona, Moody leather straps. So thank you guys who supported my record. So if that song's on there with all acoustic guitar songs that you're not used to hearing, okay? And Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review. And I write for them actually too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. You can find it on Spotify as well too. You can get it directly from my website. Just so you know, I'm celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram, everybody. And I'm having a sale on my website for all my CDs. 20% off. Use code SUNDAY, okay? And you can get 20% off anything on my website. CDs, books. This book is on sale too with it. Chords at Your Fingertips. You know, it's a great book with a bunch of acoustic guitar writers like me. Adam Levy, Sean McGowan. These are, it's a great book to learn how about chords. You can get that 25% off my website, and you get it signed, and I'll help you with the book too. And it comes with videos too. So it's a great little book. So that's my steel string acoustic. Now let me move to my jazz guitar that I always use. Let me put this over here. So let me plug in my Eastman 7-string guitar. Take a look at this. So this is a great guitar. Let me adjust this. So it's my Eastman guitar here. So it plugs in from the back here. It's hard to switch between all these guitars, guys and girls, because they're so different, It takes a little finagling to be able to play through all these guitars. Let me turn the I'm going to turn the amp on. So this is the 7-string guitar. It's a really nice guitar. It has, it's made out of, I forget what it is. These list for about $3,000, okay? And they're made in China, but this is actually really carved, the top. Okay, it's a really great guitar. Hey, everybody. Thank you, Poland. Yeah, there's a finish right here. Thank you. The finish is nice. I've had this guitar for quite a while. Maybe about 6-7 years. I use it a lot. I don't take this out much. I usually use it to record at home, but once in a while I'll take it out to a gig. I have another Eastman 7-string that can handle volumes louder. It's more laminated, but this is a carved top, so playing loud is it's great for the studio, this guitar. So this is my Eastman 7-string. Okay, so it really is great for jazz. So if I'm playing like walking bass lines and stuff, it's really great. And so just so you know, this is called the I can never remember this name, but it's the let me tell you what the name is here. It's called the Eastman AR810CE. Okay, and they're hard to find, these guitars right now, these jazz guitars, and they're not cheap, and they don't make them much anymore, like an arch top 7 strings. I've been talking with Benedetto guitars, and they make an arch top, and they're like $10,000, and he can make me one for like, they're really expensive, so I'm trying to make a deal with them. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. You love my content. You learn a lot from my videos and book. Oh, you got my book? Oh, yeah. Wow, great. Great. I didn't know you had my book, so that's great. So let me see. So this is a great guitar. It has like, I use these Labella black strings on here. So let me show you what those look like. They're different kind of strings than your normal strings. So I put these strings on there. I forgot to tell you the gauges of the strings I use on my guitars. So I use Labella blacks on this 7-string, and it's 14 to 79. Don't start screaming bleeding fingers, everybody. so yeah, these are pretty heavy strings, guys. So that thing is art. What kind of bridge does it have? So this is, I think, a wooden bridge. I forget what kind of bridge it is. You can look it up online, everybody. This is a wooden bridge. It's not really adjustable, but it moves up and down. It slides up and down. A lot of these arch tops, the bridge is not fixed. Okay. Oh wow. Your wife got one for you, a 7-string? Wow, Ty, that's cool. Yeah, so this is like, and I use those 7 strings. I forgot to show you guys on my Paul Reed Smith. I use these Elixir strings. I endorse Elixir. So yeah, these are all difficult to play. Don't worry, guys. Oh, you got my book. Okay, okay. Okay, great, great. That's nice of her. Yeah, so I use Elixir strings for my 7-string Paul Reed Smith guitar. They're nice strings. These are the light ones. I actually use 10s too, guys, just so you know. 10s to 14s. What do you want? So, oh, you got your book for my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ty, sorry. You know, and I just to let everybody know, Ty's talking about this book right here. And I have another book actually coming out on acoustic guitar. It's called Chord Scale and Modes Mastery, but they don't have it printed yet, so I can't get any copies to sell to my students and my fans because of COVID. But hopefully they'll have the book out soon. When I get them, I'll let you guys know, and I'll have a sale. So this is on sale for 20% off my website. Just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and use code Sunday. And you save 20%. I hope your wife saved 20%. I was having a sale before, Ty. So yeah, if you use code Sunday, you save 20% on my book, everybody. On my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, great. Great, Ty. That's great. So yeah, so let me play this guitar and stop talking for a second. So just so you know, this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan 7-string pickups. Yeah, Elixir strings are great, man. Elixir, they're a great company. So this is a 7-string Benedetto pickup, and I'm using a Moody strap, just so you know. I endorse these guys, and my Peterson tuner. They don't make these Peterson tuners anymore. The clip-ons. They're pretty high and expensive tuners, but they're the most accurate tuner you can buy. And hey, Ardix, hello from Poland. Hey, I've been to Poland actually. I played in Poland in 2006. In Warsaw, actually, at the Old Town Jazz Festival. So this is a tuner, but they don't make these. I don't take this out of the house because they're kind of fragile. They have a newer model, but I use for gigs. But these are great tuners. If you want the most accurate tuner, get Peterson. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out. I have all kinds of stores, guys. So here's my Amazon store right here. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out right there, which is Ron Jackson Music. You know, Amazon.com shop Ron Jackson Music, okay? And so let me play you something, guys. So in honesty, I'm used to playing this guitar. Hey, Israel. Pleased to see you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate all my fans and followers on YouTube. I want to make an announcement. Thank you for the 20,000 subscribers. I just got to 20,000 yesterday. So use my code Sunday to celebrate. I'm going to put 20K also, as a sale price to get all my stuff on my website for 20% off, okay? All my lessons and videos and CDs, everything. So let me play you a song, guys. Oh my God. So anyway, that was called Love Will Come Back to Me. I was just trying to jam on my 7-string. I'm not even warmed up yet. So I need to practice actually, guys, just so you know. So thank you for watching. So those are my 4 7-string guitars. I actually have another acoustic steel string 7-string made by Dean. I think it's made by Dean. Also, I have another Eastman. And it sounds like a double bass. You know what? So my low string is an A. It's the same pitch as a low A string on a bass. Exactly the same pitch. Low A string, okay? So everybody, you know, thank you for watching. You know, please share my video. Please subscribe if you don't already. I try to give you all the best information I can. I try to play the best I can for you guys. And I don't like do these fancy videos where all this editing is involved. I like to be like, you know, like a natural person, like I'm doing a workshop, and be personable and try to answer your questions during my lives. Let me see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for all the comments. You know, it's tricky to play between all these guitars. I play between 4 7-string guitars, and they're all different to play. But you should be able to pick up any guitar, no matter what it is, and make it sound good, even a cheap guitar. So, you know, your goal is to be able to master the guitar enough, even if you're not warmed up, to make it sound good, you know, and do the best you can, okay? And guitars are great. You know, and one thing I need to do, because I spend so much time on social media, is practice. So this is a good way. I don't play, you know what's funny? I can play fretless bass. I've never played fretless guitar. But I want to, so the thing is, if you want to get a fretless, someone's asked me if I played fretless. Space stud. Anyway, I never met a space stud before. 1, 2, 3. But but you know what? Only way I learn how fretless guitars if I get one. So another guitar, man. I have like too many guitars already. But you know, I know that what's that company that's in Canada? Godin makes a fretless guitar. You know, I'm going to check it out one of these days and get one. You know, I don't know if I need another guitar. You know, but you know, what ends up happening is I have all the guitars, but I don't end up using them. You know, so all the time. So let me see. Hello from Alaska, everyone. Hey, Alaska, man, I want to go there one day. Take me up there. I want to play. Yeah, that Eastman sounds bad. Thank you. I don't want to say that word bad. The next part. Looking forward to more content. Gotta check out some lesson books. Maybe taking theory. I was telling everybody this is a great book that I have out. If you want to get this on my website today. This week I'm celebrating 20,000 subscribers and the 1-year anniversary of my show. So get my book. Just to remind you guys one more time before I leave, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and save 20% on this book on everything up there. Use code Sunday. Okay? So definitely get this book if you want to learn about chords and stuff like that. There's a lot of theory stuff here too. Hey, do you know Pat Martino? Just so you guys know, Pat Martino, I studied with him before, so he actually uses, I think he uses 17s actually, but I studied with Pat Martino. A lot of my lines are based on Pat Martino. I learned a lot of lines from him. You know, so he's a bad dude. I love Pat Martino. I mean, you know, he's always been one of my favorites. So I studied with him, and I have, you know, his learning method, and I use some of his licks sometimes. You know. He does crazy stuff like that. I don't know. He has a lot of crazy stuff. But I love Pat Martino. Just in case you guys know, the fast walking part you played on bass was awesome. How do you voice and leverage the 7-string when you're playing an actual bass accompaniment, low end? Or do you play just 6? No, I actually play on 7 strings. So you have to know how to walk on 6-string first, Anthony. So there's another channel which he plays Benedel 7-string, but your Eastman sounds warm and moody. Oh, thank you. It's not about the guitar, it's the person that's playing it. Remember, everybody, it's not about the guitar. It's always the person playing it and how you adjust your sound. Actually, my sound used to be more trebly, but then I started cutting the tone off. And when I started with Bucky, he turns the tone off. Bucky Pizzarelli, he turns the tone off all his amps. He turns the tone down to everything, which is kind of weird. But he said that the tone on the guitar makes the guitar sound crap. He said. So anyway, someone was asking how I play the bass line. So you have to play bass lines first on a 6-string guitar, just so you know. Oh, I love Guthrie Govans, just in case you guys know. So yeah, I learned how to play 6-string on. I have some lessons on my website if you want to learn about walking bass lines. Okay, everybody, so just go there to my website. There's 20% off all my printables about walking bass line skills. Okay, or go to my Patreon and join my Patreon, and they're all free there because you're a patron. Okay, and so if you're gonna do walking bass lines, first learn how to play walking bass lines on this with a 6-string guitar. And most of the time I'm playing a walking bass line, I'm using just a 3rd and 7th of a 7th chord. So if I'm playing a blues, I'm using just 3 notes. So this note and that note. I have a bunch of lessons on my website here too. So on my YouTube channel. So watch it. See? I'm only doing 6 strings now. So I'm using 2 notes, and the bass note. Now, when you play 7-string, you just have to add that note. What? Just add your 7-string. So see what I just did? So, but it's really hard to play 7-string if you can't play the 6-string walking bass lines first. So in this book, I actually have a lesson about walking bass lines. It's all about walking bass lines in this book, actually. It's called, here it is right here. It's in this book right here, Chords at Your Fingertips. I have a section all about walking bass lines. Spice up your playing. Where's that thing? All about the bass. Here it is. Pass it on. Page 35. This is a really good lesson about walking bass right here. It has Freddie Green right here. But if you go to my book here and get it on my website, this develops a walking bass line and how to do it. So just go get this book and you'll learn about it. It's a 4-week session, and I have videos on it too. The book comes with videos and shows you how to do it. So it actually starts with a G blues. If you look at here, it has a G blues, and it does the same thing. 3-note voicing. You see that on the book here? The 3-note voices I was just talking about. Get that book. You save 20% on my website. Use code Sunday. RonJacksonMusic.com. Save 20% on this book. You get those bass lines there. And it's really good. So, first learn how to play bass lines on a 6-string. Then on 7-string, you add the notes, okay? Oh, yeah. So, guys, someone's asking about an amp. What's a good amp to use when you bring out the low bass? I'm using my Fender Twin Reverb Tone Master, which sounds just like a tube amp. I got one of these amps because I'm sick of carrying all those heavy amps and having to fix them. Also, I use, these are really great amps, too, for the size. I use these Henriksen amps here. Okay, everybody? Just so you know, I'm another endorser for these guys. And these are kind of expensive amps, but you can get 5% off using my code, Ron Jackson at HenriksenAmps.com. Okay? And the Henriksen Bud 6 is 120 watts and has a big sound for this speaker. And it has everything. It has 2 full channels, a really great amp, 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds. And the amp sounds great through this too, okay? And it sounds great for recording and all kinds of cool things. So you could use code Ron Jackson, save at Henriksen.com. It's a great amp, everybody. And I've sold quite a few amps with my code. You save 5%, okay? So this is the thing is we got to be careful. You got to make sure it's a really good amp. so you don't blow the speaker. So don't play it too loud. I'm talking about not that amp, but you know, if you have a cheap amp or something, don't play the bass too loud. And I, you know, don't. It's not time to play loud because maybe I think I'm going deaf and playing too much rock music before. So, you know, so if you know the bass line sounds great, you know, on this guitar. So just make sure you don't set the bass too loud on your amp, just so it doesn't like break the amp up too much. Because it doesn't, you know, guitar amps don't take bass most of the time. But this is not too low, but it's getting into the low register. It's like the third string of the bass. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, and I gotta go do other things. Let me see. Oh yeah, right. Music and harmonics too. Look at this. Someone's asking me this question. I'll look at this. I'll play things like this. So I'm using octave harmonics. I like to do things like this too. This is hard to do. I like to use artificial harmonics too, everybody. So these are really cool. I like Lenny Bro and those kind of people. You know. So I like doing things like that with the artificial harmonics and stuff like that. And natural harmonics, I like it. Things like that. You see that? You see that? Okay. So, yes, I like to use harmonics. Let me ask you a couple more questions. Oh, so yeah, how do you do walking bass lines with the 7th string? You struggle with that. I use hybrid pickings, just so you guys know, when I'm walking too. Someone's asking about that question right now. Estulios, I don't know how you say your name. Estash. So watch this. When I'm walking, it's hard to walk a bass line on the guitar, especially 7th string, just with your pick. I can do it. Let me try something else. A different song for once. So I'm using just my pick, but I intended to use hybrid picking, which is pick and and fingers. So it's like this. It's a little easier because I can do the comping. So what I'm doing is I'm walking the bass and I'm doing a comp like this. Using 2 notes, like I told you, 3rd and 7th. That book tells you how to do it. So I'll go like this. So that's part of Mr. Mooch right there. So someone's asking me, imagine a band progressor handy to deal with. Yeah, please play Moose the Mooch. Okay. Yeah, sounds like jazz. So yes, when you play artificial harmonics, what's that question here? Sorry about that. Someone's asking a question. Oh, when you play artificial harmonics, are you picking it or using your thumb to pluck the pointer finger to hit the harmonics? Oh yeah, watch this, everybody. So when I'm playing, if I'm holding my pick and I'm doing artificial harmonics, I put the pick under my hand like this, and I do the harmonics. So I'm using my thumb and my first finger to hit the harmonic. And I'm strumming with this. I'm doing a little combination of everything. So I'm using my thumb and first finger. Thumb to strum, first finger to hit. I mean to hit the note on just above the fret, 12 frets away. See? what I'm doing? So I'm doing it that way, okay? Great question. So everybody, thank you very much. It's time for me to eat lunch and do some things during the day. I wanted to go live. I'm going to be going live at least a couple of times a week, so tell your friends and family. I'm going to try to see if I can schedule it, but my schedule changes every week, so or every day. So unless I have a lesson or teach a student. If you want to study with me, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And if you enjoyed this, also I take also donations. If you want, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo or Cash App and go to Ron Jackson Music and give a donation if you'd like. Okay. And so it's all right there, Ron Jackson Music. So I'm at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, for PayPaling me. For following me, it's all Ron Jackson Music, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, okay? And I'm having a sale again, just so you know. If you want to learn walking bass lines, my book has that right in here. Okay, it's just one lesson all about bass lines. You save 20% on my website about that. Okay, so use code Sunday. And expires end of the week. Okay, if there's a problem with the code, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else I have to say? That's it. One last thing, if you like my clean shave, I'm a skull shaver influencer. It's kind of funny. I have all kinds of codes. You could save 10% on skullshaver.com. You get saving products for Mother's Day for everybody too, and save 10%. Use my code Rhythm this time. Okay, the code expires sometimes, so this is the recent code Rhythm. Okay, so skullshaver.com. So thank you everybody for watching. I just demoed 4 different guitars: 7-string, acoustic steel string, solid body, nylon string, and jazz guitar. So, I'm trying to be I try to be natural and comfortable and, talk about my stuff, talk about me, answer your questions. And I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for getting me to 20,000 subscribers. Please watch my other videos. I have all kinds of videos coming out, performance, lesson videos. Thank you. I'm trying my best. It's hard to play guitar and talk and demo everything in real time, everybody. It's really hard to do that. So I'm learning how to do that. It's easier just to do a video by itself and not talk, but but I appreciate you guys and thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, have a great day and have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, I just gotta make sure I look good here. Look a little cut off here. Oh, I gotta fix this a little bit here. Make sure you guys can see me. Okay. Let me move back a little bit and put it down. See if that's better. Yeah, that's better. How's everybody doing? So, you know what? We're going to talk about double time phrasing today. I have a new lick. I have some new licks that I wrote out for my Patreon account, and it's going to be on my website about playing double time licks. I get a lot of questions about double time licks. When you're playing through a song, and then you gotta you're just playing eighth notes like this. You can ask questions, please, too. Don't hesitate. So what I'm doing, basically, I'm just these are all these licks that I really know by heart that I can just play through changes. The thing is, if you're playing a jazz standard, you've got to be able to say you're playing. I'm gonna put on Satin Doll in a minute. You're gonna have to be able to take a solo over that, and then start trying to do double time. And a lot of students have an issue with that. Now, what is double time? It's actually, let's say you're playing in eighth notes in the on a Satin Doll, just a typical jazz standard, like just D minor 7, D minor 7 to G7. On that part, so you could if you're playing that tempo 1, 2, 3, 4, you could just do quarter notes 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. We could do eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 3, etc. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. And you can do 16 notes. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E. See that? 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 1 E and a 2, you know. Now, I have a drummer that I'm studying with, and he's making me sing the 16 notes while I'm playing them, you know, in order. 1 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, etc. 1 E and a, it's really hard to do, and tap my foot and all this stuff. So you can really get the timing together. 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a. Oh yeah. So, you know, I'm using the George Benson picking technique. Someone's asking me, Panache, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is you hold your pick up like this. Okay. So I use, you know, there's different kinds of drills. You can do sweep picking exercises like this, going like this. You can go across. Etc. Okay. And you could do sweeping, and you could do like making sure you do like tremolos at this angle up. You do tremolos like that to warm up, and you could do actually different kinds of warm up exercises. But if you really want to work on your sweep picking exercises, you go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This January-February issue is about sweep picking. So it's all about sweep picking, this exercise. Look, take a look here. It has George Benson. This is my article. It's all about sweep picking. So if you want to go check it out, go to the website acousticguitar.com, and you can see my whole article about sweep picking. And it's a great little article. So check it out. You know, it's and that's how you get really into sweep picking. You're my friend, are a beast. Juanito, thank you, man. Yeah, Panache, get that magazine. Yeah, it's you know, that article's in there, and please check it out. And also, let me see this. I have a book there too. So if you want to check out my book, it's over there too. You can get this from me actually. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm actually having a sale. So so on my sale, you get 25% off. Use code what's it again? Memorial Day, MDW, which is Memorial Day weekend 25. So MDW 25, you get 25% off my book and all lessons, including my double time lesson I'm going to be showing you in a minute. Hey Shiva, how are you? What's going on? So I'm going to actually play you a little bit right now. I'm going to play some Satin Doll so you guys can see how I deploy double time phrases, okay? Here we go. Let me just turn this up a little bit. Let me make sure the volume's up. How does that sound to you guys? It sounds okay? I got to turn the volume up, I think, a little bit. Let me see. Let me try that now. Hold up. So I'm going to be playing Satin Doll. That's much louder. Okay, here. Here we go. So I'm going to do Satin Doll. I'm going to play like a solo through it. So I'll do double time now. Okay, so I was just doing some double time licks, everybody. So what I was doing, just so you know, I'm going to answer your question in a minute, actually, Kevin. Okay, what I was just doing was when I'm playing over those changes, I have a lot of licks worked out. So I'm playing through the, I'll be playing like regular eighth notes. So I have a lot of these 2/5 licks. So when I'm actually playing those licks, so when I'm playing through that double time now, I might just go. Then I'll put some extra licks in there. So what I just did, I transposed that lick up a whole step as well. So that's actually kind of cool. Actually asked me if I use a wound G string. I'm actually using, this is actually not wound. These are all flat wound strings actually on this guitar. These are Tomastic black, actually Labella jazz tapes we call them. And I have a picture for you of them here, if I can find it. Oh, here's what they look like. Actually, these are the strings I'm using. They're Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top, so you know. Okay, so those are the strings I'm using. And they're really great strings. I use them on my 7-string. This is actually a 7-string set, but since I got a deal with D'Angelico, I'm a D'Angelico artist. I went to this shop in New York City, and they were like freaking out because I'm putting 14s on this, and but it feels great actually. Actually it was a little too low when they set up my guitar, so I actually had to put it a little higher. So these are the strings. So those are, and the string is wound, and they're black tape nylon strings on this guitar. It has an interesting sound, but I use it on my 7-string. So, I use a G wound string on it depends on the guitar. On my acoustic guitars, I use like round wound, so usually the G is wound if it's a thick string. So that's a great question. So if you have any questions about double time playing, let me play through this one more time for you. So I'm playing Satin Doll right now, pretty not fast. Sorry, I've hit the wrong button here. So I'm playing just Satin Doll like at 120 quarter note. Now what I'm doing is I'm doubling up the time. So when I'm doubling up the time, it's like it seems much faster, but it's just the same tempo, but I'm just playing twice as fast. So let me quit this one real quick. So I'm gonna play you Satin Doll one more time. I might play the melody so you can check it out. Okay, hold on. Someone has an off-topic question before I do that. Hold on. What's that question? Let me see that question real quick. Off-topic quick question. Have you seen the movie Soul? I don't know about that. I saw the movie. I don't think it's that accurate for jazz, actually. So anyway, no. So if you want to learn about jazz history, just read about it or listen to the music. Okay, and I have some history books actually you can get questions about. Okay, cool. You're welcome. So let me do this right now. I'm going to play you Satin Doll, and I'm going to play through let me play the melody actually, so you guys can have an idea what I'm playing first. Here we go. So what I was doing, everybody, was this. What I was trying to do, just to show you how double time works, is I was trying to deploy all my licks that I know that are double time and keep it going. So sometimes I would actually miss the changes, but you know, even if you miss the changes and you're playing in time, you know, it doesn't really matter. Hey, hello everybody. Great to see you guys. Awesome double time, but that was great. Thank you. So, you know, double time is, you know, something. So, you know what I'm doing is taking a lot of my licks that I already know and just doubling them up when I do double time. So when I'm doing that, I'm just going. So if I know a lick like this goes like this, like let's say I'm playing, let me play through Satin Doll one more time. And so you can get an idea. I'll take a couple of my licks that I already know. And this is how you have to practice, everybody. I'll take a couple licks I know. Now here. So what I just did, everybody, what I just did was I just took some of my licks that I already know. If I want to do double time, I just double them up. Okay, so that's one method of doing double time. And you know, I learned this. I mean, I studied with Pat Martino, and he you know, he always doubles up his licks like that. And he has these patterns that actually that cycle back and forth. Like you can go like this. So I'm just doing a cycling lick, and that sounds really, yeah, that's a 2-5-1. Yeah, thank you. The piper and the drummer. Let me go back to my commentary. I'm looking at my computer at the same time. So I'm just basically, I mean, I'm not doing anything really fancy. It sounds fancy, but I'm just taking some of the licks. I'm recycling my own licks. And you should come up with your own licks and do the same kind of thing. You just basically recycle your lick and play it over and over. Oh, Madam Rising, talk about the use of modes. So basically, Pijo Darko, I like that name. So you know what I'm using basically, I'm just basically using a Dorian mode here. If I'm playing Satin Doll, it's just a D minor to G7, and that's easy on guitar because this is the key of C. So all I'm doing is I'm just playing a lot of, you know, a lot of chromatic passing tones in my. And then closures. Basically, I'm like doing a lot of passing tones between the whole steps. of the Dorian scale and the dominant 7th scale. So I'm using the dominant bebop, also the Dorian bebop as well. So all I'm doing is I'm playing over a D minor Dorian mode, which is just like D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. You should know it in all keys. And I'm just doubling up the notes and doing passing tones. And these are a lot of lines I made up, and also I stole from people that are my licks now. That's a great lick. I stole that from Pat Martino. Sorry, Pat. You know, I mean, this is like a lick he uses a lot, and he does some kind of things, these kind of things. So I take those kind of licks, and you can play them all across like 2 string set. See what I'm doing? So I take that lick and I'll just play that like through the changes as an exercise, so I can work on my double time licks. And you know, and so you should be trying this on your guitar right now. It's not easy, but you know, you have to learn how to deploy these licks like that. So let me pick another song, like another jazz standard. So you know, that's at 120, and that's fast if you're doing double time. But you know, imagine if it's faster. Let me see something here. Let me try to find another song that might be a little bit faster. So you know, you can actually try to play something that's like a little harder to play double time. Let's do a blues. Let's say Billy's Bounce or something. No, this is gonna be faster. Oh, this is too slow. I'm gonna put it up to 160 maybe, 150, because 150 is a fast tempo in jazz. You know, they consider it a up tempo song. 300, it's like 300. If I do this twice as fast, it's 300. So listen to this. Oh, this is in C. I'm going to transpose back to the key of F. Because I had it working. I was working on a studio with this. So here we go. So anyway, I'm trying to show you double time. That's pretty fast. That's at 150 half note, but so I'm playing 300 as a double time licks, so that's harder to deploy. I got to really think about it because, the time's going by and, there's all these different changes, Yeah. So I'm sweeping and I'm doing all kinds of stuff. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to hang at that tempo and play my stuff and without missing. That's the hard part when you're deploying these double time licks. So the faster you go, the harder it is. I call it deploying, like deploying a weapon. You gotta nail that stuff like at the tempo you want and just nail it. You gotta have it so down that you don't even think about it. Let me see. There's some questions here. Check out El Grupo Turco, the jazz buddies that their instruments got together, recorded a mix of, okay, cool. Northern Mexico style music. Okay, cool. I'll check that out, Juanito. Nail all those kind of sweep picking sections. Any tips on how to play those bits that fast and clean? Only way I can tell you that for the piper, the drummer, to play that stuff fast and clean, like I don't think I'm playing as clean as I could actually. It's just to practice them slow and speed them up. And just gradually, it says you're a drummer, the piper and the drummer, maybe you're not. You just use a metronome and speed up the tempo. You take these licks and speed them up, and also practice these different licks at different tempos. Practice slow as possible and fast as possible. Use a metronome to gauge your tempo. Okay. They use cool. So they use jazz and accordion and bajito, baritone style guitar. Cool. Once you show eight positions of the C major scale on the fretboard, is there some diagram where I can practice this so I can find this? So, okay, Dovla, you can go to my website and pick that up, actually. It's a lesson that I sell. You can just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm going to write it down. I'm actually... I have a sale on there, okay, everybody? It's MDW 25. I'm going to write it down. Practice Jazz Guitar is me actually watching too. So I'm going to write this down. www.ronjacksonmusic.com. You can pick up all my lessons. Everything. I have printable lessons as well. And you can pick up that lesson there. Let me show. I'm going to send these. You use code 25. No, sorry. You save 25% off this weekend, okay? It's ronjacksonmusic.com, and I sell that lesson there. And use code, I'm going to write down MDW25, save 25%, okay? And you can get all those 8 fingerings there. And all my double time lessons, everything. Okay, I just wrote that in comments if you guys can see that. I'm at Practice Jazz Guitar too, but all my videos there are private. So, what speed do you practice the metronome at? I try to practice as fast as I can sometimes. I've been working like at 350 sometimes to develop my fast speed. Like I'll play something like that in a minute. So right now I was playing Billy's Bounce at 120. I mean at 150, half note. So here it is again. Let me show you real quick. So I'm trying to do double time at that tempo. So take a look at this. I'm going to do another song like that in a minute too. But I was just doing a blues. So let me get this together here. One more time. So here's a blues. Blues in F. And I'm going to play double time at 150, okay? Not all the time. Ah! Ah! Ooh, my arm's dying now. So what I was just doing, I was playing at 150. I mean 300 actually over that 150, doing my double time licks. So all I'm doing is a lot of licks that I know already. I'm just doubling them up and fitting them over like a set of playing. Let's say you're playing F7 1, 2, 3, then B flat 7 1, 2, 3, 4. So I might do a lick like this. When I change the chords, and I'll just do it twice as fast. So I'll just double the lick up to play twice as fast so I can do the double time lick. We're talking about double time here today. So, you know what? And if you're playing that fast, your hand will start to die on you because my hand's starting to die on me at that tempo. And so, you know, like, so that's what I'm trying to do is play those double time licks. So let me show you. So when you're playing double time, it's like playing like you're playing a fast tempo, but at a slow tempo. So you got to think, but you have to cram in information twice as fast now. Let me pick another song. Let me do something like Blue Bossa or something like not too hard, but you know, you could do double time licks on it. Let me do Blue Bossa for you. Blue Bossa. This is just a bossa nova. And this is 100. I'm going to do it I'll do it 160. Let me see. Here we go. Let me do it like about 5 courses. Here we go. It's all time. Okay, now that's fast. That's 160 half notes. So that means it's 320. So you should be able to even play faster than that, actually. So that's pretty fast. Let me see something. Any other questions, anybody? I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Yeah, any questions, please send them to me or comments. And if you're enjoying what I'm doing, you know, I'm having a sale on my website for all my music I told you earlier. And, you know, so you can go to my ronjacksonmusic.com. I have all these lessons like double time licks here that I use. And so, you know what, I have some licks that are worked out like this one here. If I'm playing like, say, F minor or C minor. So this lick goes like this, actually. Yeah, so that lick I can play over Blue Bossa. It's a double time lick that I actually have written out. It's a new lesson I have on my Patreon account, and also my my website that I'm going to be putting up today, later on today. Let me see. There's a question here. Yeah, I wasn't doing quintuplets. I was probably doing I was doing like 16 note triplets, like that kind of stuff at the end there. So but I'm mostly doing 16 notes when I do double time. So I'm just going to show you guys something. So if you like, I put this lesson on my Patreon account. So if you want to join my Patreon, you can just join me here. Someone from my last live stream joined my Patreon after watching this workshop. So, all these lessons and everything are actually on my Patreon account. Just go to www.patreon.com and then go /Ron Jackson Music. Okay? And that's my Patreon. And you can get all my lessons there too about this stuff. So, so let me try that one more time so you get an idea. I'm going to tell you about what kind of rhythms I'm using, but it's mostly 16 notes, sometimes triplets. If I'm doing it that fast, it's hard not to do it's hard to do other rhythms. So let me go back to Blue Bossa for a second. It's really hard to talk and teach at the same time. Let's try it again. Ready? Here we go. Now I'll do triplets. Now I'll do 60 notes. And then 60 notes. I gotta prepare for that. Eight notes. 60 notes. Eight notes. 60 notes. Triplets. $60. Ah. Ah. Yeah, so I was mixing everything up. I was telling you the rhythms I was using so you get an idea about what kinds of rhythms I'm using. But so we're talking mostly about double time. So what I'm just trying to do is just trying to mix everything up and not get lost, because when you do all that stuff, it's like you're trying to like execute, and then you might get off. But I think it's always good to take chances when you're a guitar player or any instrumentalist in general when you're playing jazz or anything. So here, yeah. So that's Blue Bossa. It's a pedigree of horse. Okay, Eric, that's a great way of putting that. This is great. Thanks for showing me all the rhythms and mid-improv. Yeah. So you know what? I mean, when you're playing a solo, everybody, I think a lot of people, when they start playing jazz and stuff, they start like they basically just like what's the word? They just start just playing random notes, not thinking about the rhythm. And the rhythm is actually the most important part of a solo, actually, or anything actually. The rhythm. So it's very important that you know what you're talking about with rhythms. When you're playing, that the audience feels the rhythm and that you feel the rhythm. Because rhythm is actually the most important part. So now let's get, so we're doing double time, playing and all that stuff. And, double time playing is hard work. Let me take another song with more changes on them. Let me think of another song. Also you can request a song like a medium song. So when you're doing double time, you can't do a fast song. Like you could try, but if a song's like going 200, I mean, I could try something like that. I've done it before. Let me see. Let me do time after time. This one has a lot of changes. I play this a lot. So let me see if I can find this one. Where is that one? Here it is. So let me put this up like at 180. So you can see how this is gonna be fast for double time. This is gonna be ridiculously fast, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Here we go. Eight notes. 60 notes. Six notes. Eight notes. So I'm doing 8 notes basically because it's so fast. Do 16 notes, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so I was trying to do double time at 180. Now 180 is actually wow. So that's 150. Oh man, that's fast, man. That's three. Wait a second. That's 180. I can't think because that was burning my brain out. So there's extra 40 clicks. So that's 320. No, 340 is the tempo I was playing at, actually. So that's a really, really fast tempo. So actually the 60 note will sound like this. We play for a second. Whoa. So if I'm trying to double time at that tempo, that is fast, man. So, that's a fast tempo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I mean, you should be able to play those tempos, and I need to practice those more. So when I'm doing double time, I'm actually thinking, like at that tempo, that's like a fast tempo, but double, this is a kind of like, this is what they call medium up, that tempo, but that's not really, it's not fast to play, because I have students that think that 200 is fast, and that's not fast at all in jazz. But you can play really fast in jazz and really slow. So I'm gonna see if there's any questions here because I'm looking at my I'm looking at my things here. Oh yeah, so someone says I'm a legend. Thank you. So yeah, Silent Violet, I'm a legend. Thanks. I'm a legend in my own mind. That's crazy. It is. It is crazy. All these notes. So yeah. So did anybody have any more questions about double time? So basically, double time is just being able to fit all these notes. Instead of playing 8 notes, you play 16 notes, but you got to be able to fit the same ideas in that 16th note phrase when you're playing. So my hand feels like stiff right now from doing all that fast playing. So I'm gonna have to take a break soon. But if you're enjoying this, everybody, I'm having a sale on my website again, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. You just go to my website and just put in code MDW25, and you save 25% off everything, including like my book here that I have on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, from Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard, called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all about chord melody. We're not doing chord melody today. We're just doing double time soloing. And you'll get an autographed copy. You save 25%. And thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You can ask me any question. I'm here for you guys. The best way to teach you, I offer lessons online too. So you can get 25% off my lessons on my website too. So use code MDW25. And you can just go to my website and purchase lessons. The best way to learn this stuff is actually definitely study with a teacher. That's how I study with a lot of different teachers. So it's important to study with somebody. It's hard to see yourself play and see what you really sound like. And the best way really to get your stuff together is actually record yourself. Watch yourself on videotape, listen to yourself on recordings. That's what I do all the time, and I'm always going, oh my God. But everybody else seems to like what I'm doing, so, when I went to D'Angelico, it's so funny. I'm going to show you my amp in a minute, and you can get a quote on this one too. So I went to D'Angelico, I got this guitar from them, and I was playing, man, I was like, oh man, I don't sound good today. They said, man, you sound great, man. I'm like, what? I'm not even warmed up or anything. I haven't played, all I do is social media and all this. And they said, no, it sounds great. Here's the guitar. I was like, thank you. I like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico, New York for giving me this guitar and being an artist ambassador for them. So if you're interested in D'Angelico guitars, you can go to my store, and this is the XL1. But you can actually go to my store. I have a store on Amazon. You can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar right there. Go to my Amazon store at Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up one of my D'Angelico guitars there. And these are nice over there. So my amplifier. So you know what? Just so you know, okay, hold on. Someone's asking me before you answer that question. Do you still focus on accents on that speed, or do you play evenly as fast as you can? Ha! That's a good question. I mean, you know what? When I play that speed, I mean, I'm naturally thinking about phrasing anyway, Mr. Les Paul fan. Oh, Les Paul. I knew Les Paul actually. He was a great guy. I used to hang out there, and I have a picture with him over here on the wall here. Mr. Les Paul fan. I have a picture right here. I should show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you, because I want to show my Les Paul fan. This guy, Les Paul fan. Look at this. You answer that question? Here's a picture of Les with his signature to me. He was a great guy, man. He lived till in his mid-90s. And I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli, and he actually, so it says here, Tehran, the best great player and friend, Les Paul. So, Bucky used to play with Les Paul. I used to go see them all the time. I studied with Bucky. And Bucky lived a little longer than Les, actually. Because, Bucky would live at 94. And, I was surprised he even lived that long, Yeah, it's cool, Mr. Les Paul. So when I'm playing phrases that fast, I'm thinking about, accents and stuff too, but it's hard. It's harder, of course, to think about them when you're playing that fast. So I'm just trying to get through it and make sure I execute on time, So, thank you. So yeah, Les Paul was a cool guy, man. I have all these memorabilia. It's a classic picture, and I'm glad I have that. Because that's an old picture. Because he died like about at least 10 years ago. So he was a really great guy. So anyway, a few announcements. If you're enjoying the show, also I take donations. If you like, you can just go to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. And if you enjoy the show and you'd like to donate, that would be great. And if you learned a lot today, it's Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And last week, one of my fans here on YouTube actually, became a patron at Patreon. So you can join my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music. Now, about the amp, sorry about that. So I use a Fender. It's hard to see, but I actually use a Fender Tone Master over here. But also I use this amp. It's a really great amp. It's a Henriksen amp, okay? And this is like the most powerful small amp. I use this is a jazz guy's amp, like the lazy jazz guy who wants to carry out a powerful amp and doesn't want to break his back. So, so this is a Henriksen Bud 6, they call it. It's a great amp, and it's 120 watts. It weighs 13 pounds, and it has volume and tone. It has 2 full channels with reverb and everything. You can plug a mic or a guitar. So I work with singers with this amp. And I'm also a Henriksen influencer too. So I have a code. If you guys want to get your own Henriksen amp, you can save 5% at henriksenamplifiers.com and use my code Ron Jackson. And it's a permanent code. So please share with your friends. Please share this code with your friends. Ron Jackson, okay? For henriksenamplifiers.com. And these are great amps. And, check them out. I use them all the time, especially on gigs, and at home I'm using my Fender Tone Master a lot, which is an expensive amp too, and they're really great because, they don't weigh like a Fender amp. It's hard to see over here. I don't have my camera pointed over there, but my Fender Tone Master is over here, and it's a really great amp. A Fender Tone Master Twin Reverb actually, and also I have the Tone Master, the smaller version. I forget what the name is, but I have that as a backup. They're really great amps, everybody. So if you want to get that, does your core fit? Yes. So just so you know, Eric. Yeah, chords and fingertips is all levels actually. Okay, so they start out at different levels. There's a 25% off on my website too, Eric. So use code Memorial Day weekend MDW 25. You need to get 25% off the book, and it's an autographed copy for you. So it goes through different stages, like really basic here, all about chord stuff. There's 5 different writers. I have 3 lessons in here, and it starts with the notation guide, and then basic chords. So my exercises, start with real basic stuff too, in the book as well. I do bass lines, and I do Chet Atkins, harmonizing like Chet Atkins style in the book. And so there's all different levels. And also, what's really cool about this book, everybody, is that it has video that accompanies with it, So, this is, I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so every book, that every time you buy this book, there's like a code where you can watch every video for every lesson. So it's really cool. All the people who bought this book love it. I've sold a bunch of copies recently. Especially since I started taking off on social media. So a lot of people, I sell 3 or 4 books every week on this book. So it's a really great book, and get yours before they run out. This is Memorial Day weekend, so I'm having a sale. So I'm going to have to stock up once I run out. So it's all levels, and and it's progressive. So you could go through all these different lessons and just work on these different things. There's arpeggios, all kinds of stuff. It's a really great book. So if you have any questions, let me know about this. So I'm going to be finishing up soon, everybody. And if you have any questions, let me know. Send me a message. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And we did all, and I have these double time licks that I have written out on my website too, if you'd like to get one. And because you have to have these licks worked out. So what you do is you learn double time licks from different people that work. and then you can actually apply them. You know, you transcribe licks, transcribe great guitar players, George Benson, Pat Martino, whoever, Joe Pass, Pat Metheny, whoever you love, and learn their licks and try to apply those double time licks. And that's how you get it together. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. You know, and go to my website. I'm commenting as Practice Jazz Guitar because that's one of my YouTube channels. So you can just go www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I'm just writing this down as a comment. And if you want to pick up anything about my lessons there, you know, I'm having this code, this Memorial Day weekend code. You can save 25% there on all my lessons. And then you could just answer, you know, you can send me a message if you have any questions or anything. And also, if you want to know, I'm a Cremona artist, and you can also get a guitar from me from Cremona if you're interested. On Cremona guitars, one of my students is actually doing, one of my patrons is picking up one. So, you know, that's about it. I'm gonna take a break now and do some other things. I'm gonna do some filming. I'm going to be filming some new reels and videos for Instagram and for YouTube. So thank you everybody for watching. And you know, if you have any more questions, send them to me right now before I finish up. Otherwise, I'm going to get going. You know, I'm going to send this comment right now. And we'll see everybody. If you send me a question. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. The piper and the drummer. You're welcome. So, you know, I'm going to be coming up with these impromptu lessons once in a while, you know, just to help everybody out. And it helps me actually explain what I'm doing and execute. Yeah, someone's just asked me that question. I'm using, let me see if I can point this in the right direction here. There's my amp I'm using right there. Okay? It's a Fender Tone Master. So, let me go back here. It's a Fender Tone Master Deluxe Reverb. And also I use this amp. A Hendrickson amplifier. I mentioned a minute ago to somebody. Okay? And that's a really great amp too. Okay? So, this is a great amp. It's 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds, 9 by 9 inches, and it has 2 full channels here. Yeah, so I use that a lot on gigs, small gigs. On the bigger gigs, I bring this one, the Tone Master. The Tone Master is all transistor now, so it's much lighter than than a twin reverb. I use a twin reverb Tone Master, and I was telling you guys earlier, you can use my code Ron Jackson at Hendrickson Amplifiers and save 5% on this amp. Okay, it's a real or any amp on Hendrickson.com, amplifiers.com. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson. Please share that with all your friends. It's a code. It's a permanent code. Okay, it's my artist code for them. Thank you, everybody, and I'm gonna get going, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, Ron Jackson over and out. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Bye bye. If you have any questions, send them to me right now. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. You know, and please follow me. You know, support me in every way. I forgot to mention, subscribe to all my channels. Question, sure, Juanito. Question. Juanito had one question. What's the question, Juanito? Yeah, you're welcome. You know, and also, you know, again, everybody, you know, you can donate to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, if you'd like to. Thank you. Do you ever practice anything other than jazz? Of course, Juanito. I do everything. And I actually play like folk music, rock, R&B, all kinds of stuff. Actually, classical guitar. You know, all kinds of stuff. Actually, I have a bunch of guitars here too. So I'm gonna have to do a video about my guitar collection because you know people keep asking me what kind of guitars you. I have tons of guitars. I have a 12-string guitar. I have a nylon string guitars. You have classical guitars, 7 and 6 string. Steel string guitars, 7 and 6 string. Solid body, 7 string only. I have right now. I have jazz guitars, 6 and 7 string guitars. I have a lot of guitars. I have about 20 of them. So anyway, I'll have to show you definitely. Let me see if someone's asking a question. Okay, cool, Juanito. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk soon. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez.
This is a song that I wrote for people who walk down the street in New York City, maybe even San Francisco. I think San Francisco could be just like that too. And someone's walking behind you, and what do you do usually? You walk fast. That can happen anywhere though. Let me see. Here we go. Thank you very much. ask me, how do you do chord melody? For example, there's so many ways to do chord melody. The most important thing to know is how the melody works against the chords. So the song I just played for you was called Love Walked In, and the melody is basically chord tones or arpeggio notes. So all I did was arpeggiate the chord. So that's one technique of chord melody in jazz, arpeggios. Camera and stuff, you know, this takes a little maneuvering. You know, I know it's the middle of the day for some people, and I'm gonna actually try to do best I can to make myself look decent in this thing with this phone. So let me see, and I'm gonna go to my other computer and make sure that, you know, oh yeah, I'm live right now here, so I just want to make sure that people, you know, that I can see all the comments that are coming in and get going here. So, you know, I'm actually transmitting to YouTube as well, everybody. So we're going to be talking about playing melodies correctly today. And so please ask questions about that. Because people always asking me other questions all the time. Show me how to play a chord or whatever, you know. So I'm like, you know, why don't you just let's try to stick to the subject today if we can about playing melodies. I'm trying to get all my little banners up here and stuff. So I'm just setting up. I'm going to be going live on Instagram too at Ron Jackson Music. And thank you everybody for you know, following me and being a subscriber here on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. You know, it's just been my YouTube has just suddenly started taking off in the last you know, few well, actually since December when I really started posting more on YouTube, and it's actually been working out pretty good. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been really fun being on here, and I try to do lives every few days just to you know, teach people some new stuff. So let me see. Oh, we're trying to fix the background here. So let me do that. At the same time, I'm gonna actually get my guitar and set up.
This is too wide.
So let me see. Let me see. Let me see. So let me go to I'm gonna go to my YouTube, my Instagram channel in a minute, everybody, and get this here. How do you construct a melody over a chord progression? Well, I'm not. You know what? I'm talking about just being able to play melodies that people know, like jazz standards. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me set up my Instagram channel too right now, and so let me do that real quick because I wanted to go on YouTube first to make sure that the camera looks good. Then I'm going to set up my Instagram right now because I'm going live on there too. So hold on, let me do that really quick, everybody. And you know, everything's a little complicated here when you're running two things at once. So let me do that. How's everybody doing otherwise? That's good. Send me your thoughts and everything, and I'll answer the questions as best I can. So let me go on Instagram right now and go live there too. So I promised to go live there. So let me do that right now. I'm going live. So let me turn that on first. And then, you know, it's a little different on Instagram because of the format. So I have to change the camera a little bit. I'm going live right now on Instagram. Let me move the camera back a little bit. I'm now live on Instagram. So let me put something on Instagram real quick. And hold on. Okay. And then let me do something here. So hey everybody, Instagram. I'm also doing a a chord melody workshop here. So everybody, I'm going to play in a second, and I'll answer questions. Okay, and just to let you know on Instagram, so you know, I just started. There's a new thing on Instagram that I'm doing with Instagram itself. And if you're enjoying the show, I have this thing. This is backwards for you guys. Sorry, guys. This is I accept badges if you like my show. So just take a look at this. If you want to buy a badge and you're enjoying what you're learning, you could just buy 1 or 2 or 3 badges for 99 cents, $1.99, and $4.99. Okay, to help support my channel. And thank you everybody for my 25,000 followers on Instagram. So let me get my guitar out and get started here and stop talking. So I was setting up. I'm sorry guys on YouTube. So the background's a little weird on Instagram, but it's okay. Let me see. Let me just put it down a little bit. So, one of the most important things to me is playing the melody correctly. And I'm like a real stickler. And, to playing a melody. Okay? And so, especially with me playing the melody is the hardest thing to play, actually, I think, in a tune. So when I'm playing, it's really important, for me to play the melody. And does anybody know why? Because, the melody is the most important part of the song that people listen to. Okay, and if you mess up the melody, the person that doesn't know anything about music at all, they'll be singing like Brown Eyed Girl or something. And if you're playing the melody and you mess that up, the worst musician, someone who's not a musician, I'm not even saying worst musician, the person who's not even a musician at all will know you messed that up. You can be the best musician in the world. And if you mess up that melody, they're going to know it. So I'm telling you guys, the melody is the most important thing in a song, actually. So when I'm playing, if I mess up the melody, I'm the most conscious about this thing. So it's a funny thing. Like everybody's worried about playing all these solos and fancy things on the guitar or any instrument, fancy improvisations. But you'd be surprised, guys who could play all that stuff and can't play the melody correctly. So that's really important, and that's really important to me because when I mess up a melody, I'm like, it really messes me up. Like I've been, I've been working on melodies for years, and sometimes you still can't play those melodies right. And you can play all the changes and everything, but it's really important. Yeah, someone's asking questions right now. Carrie, someone on YouTube is asking about sweep picking. Go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, January, February issue, Carrie. And there's an article, I did a whole article about sweep picking, okay? So go to the January, February issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I might even have the issue here. Do I have it? Yeah, it's this issue. In this issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine, Carrie, my sweep picking, that's my sweep picking article. Okay, there's George Benson on the cover. So I use sweep picking all the time. So go there and look at that article and read about it on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You can actually go to their website and check it out, actually. Okay. So we're talking about melodies today and playing correct melodies. My student Yumir is up here, and he talked about the song called Misty. And Misty is a great song, and he didn't know there was lyrics to it. He says, I didn't know Misty had lyrics. Listening to the lyrics helped the phrasing of the melody of the guitar in general, but I don't I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz singers. I should start. Yeah, it's very, very important if you're going to be playing a melody, everybody. I'm going to play in a second. Is to listen to singers sing the melody. But sometimes the problem is with singers, they start interpreting the melody their way and they start embellishing the melody. I'm like, uh-oh, what are they doing? Because sometimes you don't even know what this, if they're singing the melody, the way the melody is supposed to be, like really like, like, I don't want to say the real book because the old real book had melodies wrong. So just in case you guys use real books, get one that's really written correctly. And even those ones that are written correctly, like the ones that have like the publishing, like I have this book right here. It's one of these, these real books that are like, the ones you have to pay for, where they pay the royalties to the publishers. So they try to make sure the melody's accurate. And, listen to like the great singers. One of the best people to listen to for straight melodies is Frank Sinatra. He sang the crap out of all those standards, man. And he was like perfect intonation. I mean, just a great singer. So listen to people like that for melodies. So let's get into this a little bit. So let's say you're playing let's take a song like Misty. Like I've been working on that melody for years. Okay, and now this is like a much more complicated melody than a typical standard melody where they has half notes and whole notes, quarter notes. So a lot of standards have and bebop melodies have a lot more notes because in bebop they have more rhythms like 8th notes, 16th notes, 16-note triplets. Things like that. See those kind of melodies? So those melodies are tricky too. You have to have the right fingering. So if you're playing a standard melody, I think the standard melodies are even harder because they're simple. It's hard to play simple, actually. Play a simple melody and play it correctly. So, I mean, melodies come in all different types of forms, of course, Like one of the melodies I was working on recently with my students, and I actually put an arrangement up. It's the song Autumn Leaves. Now, a lot of melodies have like a pattern. They go like let's say, Love Walked In. Now, that song, for example, Love Walked In, these are just basically arpeggios. So, I'm going to turn the bass up a little bit here. It's a little low. I hit the button by accident. So, it should sound like this. So, that's an arpeggio. So, those are arpeggios. But some melodies do these type of things, like Misty. Misty is like a real complicated one. A lot of arpeggios. So that's a tricky melody too. All these melodies are a little tricky. The most important thing is to play the melody correctly, and memorize it correctly. Now the guitar is really hard for this kind of stuff because what happens is if you're playing a melody, you can play it so many different ways. Like I can play Love Walked In goes like this. Now watch how many ways I can play that. Ocular. See how many ways I can play that thing? See, I have to figure out the melody playing it that way. So that's really hard on the guitar because if you're playing melodies like different ways, I mean, there's so many ways to play the guitar melodies on the guitar that you can mess that melody up very easily because you're just trying to find the notes correctly. So I usually try to memorize a melody on the guitar, just one way, for example, so I know I play it correctly. Now, when you start transposing keys, that's a whole different story. So you got to be able to transpose these melodies into different keys, and it's very important to start working on these kind of things, everybody. So you play the melody correctly. Remember, it's not all about your solos. So let's take a song like Autumn Leaves. That's like a scale pattern. So I try to find these things in melodies like that. See that? That's a scale pattern. Okay. what I mean? So that's a scale pattern. Look at this. You can go the beginning of it. So I try to find these things in the melody. See what I did? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird scale pattern. You go up the scale, then you do a fourth, and then that's not a typical melody. It sounds really cool though, doesn't it? Everybody knows that melody. See how I can play that scale pattern in different ways down the neck? That part is weird. That's the augmented chord there, because it goes on the beat. So you start. The thing is to find these kind of melodies and you know and find the scale pattern. Like if I did an octave lower, and also see how the melody works against the chord if you're a guitar player. So like when I'm playing the melody, I know that's on the A minor chord here. So that melody note is the C note against the A minor chord, which we call the flat third. So when you want to do chord melody, you're going to have to know how the chord, well, the note is in relationship to the chord. So we'll go like this. I'm playing my 7-string guitar, so that's a little more confusing too, everybody. So that's the third here on the G major 7. And then becomes the major 7 of the C major 7. Becomes the flat 3 of the F minor 7, flat 5, F sharp minor 7, flat 5. Now on the B7, now E minor 7, the flat 3 of the E minor 7. Now putting it on top of the chord. So what I did was I just did chord melody with the melody, but you should know how to play, always know how to play the melody separately, everybody. It's very important to do that. The Autumn Leaves melody, oh yeah, it sounds like that a little bit, Ymir. A little bit like that. If you have any questions, let me know. Someone asked about sweeping. I already answered that question. So I use sweeping a lot, actually, when I'm playing, just in case, Carrie. So yes, I do. And it's very, it's really important to be able to play, to use sweeping if you want to go fast. So but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about playing melodies. So let's say you're learning a melody. So you got to find different ways of playing the melody, and you got to see what the melody is against the, against the chord. And if you want to do chord melody on guitar, but the most important thing is like there's different kinds of melodies you should learn. Like for example, if I'm learning like a really like a ballad or a song that I want to learn, let's say Have You Met Miss Jones. I'm just picking up any song right now. So for example, you have to learn the melody straight and try to find the most accurate version of the melody written out. And if you can't read, you should learn. And I think guitar players are too dependent on tabs these days to learn. So I don't want to put guitar players down, but the joke that if you put music in front of a guitar player, they'll stop is true most of the time. So it's really important to try to learn notation, look at melodies from books like the real book like this. I'm just getting Have You Met Miss Jones out because I haven't played it in a while. And you know what? If I haven't played a melody in a while, I'm scared to play the melody. I'll play it a solo, no problem. But the melody is the most important part of the song, always the most important part of the song. Then the improvisation, and a lot of the old school cats, if you mess up the melody, they'll be like, "Oh my God, you messed up the melody? Get out of here!" So you should be able to play the melody. Oh, let me see. Hello, all. Yeah. So look at this. So let's say that you're playing this song called Have You Met Miss Jones. So I would look at the melody and just look at it and just look, just try to memorize how it sounds. See, I do it different there. My ear. I'm just reading this. Just reading it. melody straight right now. I did it in time at the bridge. So it's very, very important to know how to play the melody straight, exactly as written. Because a lot of musicians, when you're actually playing a jazz standard for everybody, you don't play it like the book. You don't play it like the book like this. You sound real stiff there. He looks stiff too. You see? You're gonna play the melody like this. You're gonna interpret the melody. Once you know the melody really well, you're gonna go swing it. See what I did? I just changed it up a little bit and interpreted it my way. So I like, that's what you have to do when you learn a melody. So look at that. I played it right here. So I'm playing it like in this register, but how many ways can I play it on the guitar? That's the problem with the guitar. You can play the melody so many different ways. Yeah, Ymir says his worst nightmare, getting fired from the band. From your own band. So look at this. I can do it this way too. I'm going to read it this way. See what I did? I just played it like a different position and fingering on the guitar. So that's the hard part of the guitar. You can play these melodies so many different ways that, it can be... you can just get lost by just playing the melody correctly, and you'd be surprised how many. Like I told everybody before, there's a lot of great players that they don't know the melodies as well as they should, and I've been guilty of that myself. And I just want to let you know, like years ago, I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, Wes Montgomery's brother. He used to be my roommate in New York back in the days when I really needed a roommate because I was so broke. And what happened was. He had a lot of great stories about Wes, but he I used to go sit in with him in New York. He used to play at the Parker Meridian Hotel, the Parker Meridian was on 57th Street, like near Carnegie Hall, and he used to have a solo piano gig there, and he played his butt off, this guy, and I would just sit in, and then I would mess up the melodies. Hey Dario, I got your recording. Sounds good, man. I think you got my email back. So Dario sent me some, him playing. He sounds good. So I told him that, and so yes, Dario saying you have to train your ears for intervals. Yes, yes, you have to train your ear for intervals. You have to be able to hear the intervals. But if you're playing in the key of F, for example, like Heavy Man Miss Jones, I forgot to mention about key in the beginning. So you should know what key you're in, obviously, when you're playing the melody. Like I'm playing in the key of F right now, so there's one flat. So I know that a lot of the scale tones in Have You Met Miss Jones is just walking up the scale. See what I did? See what I did? So you got to be able to play that and know your intervals. But if you're going up the scale, it's all second. Minor seconds and major seconds, which is like on the guitar, one fret in between or two frets in between. Up the scale, you should be able to go up the scale on the same note. I'm in the key of F right now. You should be able to play your scales up and down the neck and across. And that's so many ways you can play actually all those scales, everybody, up and down the neck, and play your intervals through the changes and everything. Let me see. What's a good intro to reharmonizing a melody? Would that throw off people when you jam? Oh, if you're going to jam session, Ymir, someone's asking Ymir, my student actually. Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He said, a good intro to reharmonizing a melody Well, there's all kinds of things you would, you know, I don't know if we want to get into reharmonizing a melody right now, but there's so many things you could do to reharmonize a melody. But if you're in a band situation, it's really hard to reharmonize a melody when you're in a band because they don't know what you're doing. So, and you know, I guess you could do things like you could do different types of things that are simpler, like maybe put a fourth under there, or you know, different. I mean, you could do simple reharmonizations like doing just like second intervals, thirds. Actually, I'm doing six. Sorry about that. I'm doing six right now. Six are easy to play on the guitar. So that kind of stuff is easy, or fourths like that. You know, simple things like that you can do with a band. Now, when you get to melody reharmonization, I don't want to get to that yet because we want to make sure in this like you know, impromptu live workshop here, or lesson, whatever you call it, question and answer, that you know how to play the melody without all that other stuff, because that's hard enough to play the melody correctly. Okay. Yeah. The fourths sound really cool. They, you know, fourths are a good sound. The seconds sound really cool too, like this. Or things like, wow, that's a little too easy. You could do all kinds of weird things on the guitar. Seven. I'm doing seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do seven. Seven something really weird stuff. So that's a really weird sound too, isn't it, everybody? So I'm doing, you know, I'm just trying to do. Oh, sorry, Anthony. Anthony has to run. Anthony's out in Ireland, and he's running around in Ireland somewhere. So I have to get to Ireland one of these days. So let me look at some of these questions up here on Instagram, because I don't want to leave everybody out and wave some people here. Hold on, everybody. Let me wave to some people on Instagram. And everybody, just to remind you, let me make a few announcements if I can. Let me see. I have some announcements here. So, you know, what was I going to say? If you're enjoying this, everybody, especially on YouTube, you know, you could join my Patreon. The last live stream I had someone join my Patreon. You can learn a lot of cool stuff from me on my Patreon. You could just join it at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And I offer lessons there from $3 and up. And if you just want to be a supporter, you could just, you know, just be a supporter for $1 a month and just support what I do in general. So, you know, thanks. I have a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys. And on Instagram, I'll have to show you that in a minute. On Instagram, I have, what's the word? I'll have a backwards one for you so you can look at it. And also, if you're enjoying what I'm doing on my live right now, everybody, you know, you can donate. It's actually on my description, but if you want to donate $1 or more, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. That's all Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like all my channels, everything's Ron Jackson Music everywhere. So you can donate as well on Ron Jackson Music everywhere, and also my Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which is my email as well, if you want to contact me and ask me any questions. Okay. So Dario actually sent me a question. He plays some really nice flamenco stuff on guitar. And now remember, you know, jazz, you could be a great guitar player, but you have to really learn the language of jazz. Jazz is not like, it doesn't, you know, you don't have to have great technique to play jazz. There's some, you know, great examples. Like one of my favorite guitar players ever in jazz was Grant Green, and he never played with real fast chops or anything, but he had such a swing feel, you know, and such a great feel for the music that he didn't need to have chops. So you know that he's a great example of someone like that. So we're talking about. Oh, thank you, Michael. You know, it's kind of weird. There's a little distortion coming out of my guitar, but Michael says I have a beautiful tone on the guitar. Okay, so let me see. I'm gonna continue with learning melodies here. So another important thing is to learn. You know, when you're working on melodies, is to learn the melody correctly and make sure you play it accurately, because who's gonna know you mess up the melody? Can anybody guess? The audience. If you play a melody wrong, like, you know, like, it's my life, it's now, oh, well, you know, you play a song like that, any kind of crazy song. If you play a Bon Jovi song, you mess up the words and all kinds of stuff. Who's gonna know? The people watching you. And they could be like not a musician at all. They could be like a lawyer, you know, walking in from work, and he's like, man, he messed that song up, man. It don't care how good you are, you messed up the song, so they look at you badly already. So so it's important to know your melody, everybody, and you know, learn these songs correctly, and you know, and practice them correctly. So I mean, I work on songs all the time, and I'm still trying to get this stuff together. Unbelievable voice. Thank you, Howdy Dalty. I have an incredible voice. Thank you. You know, I need to practice my singing, so that's another thing I need to practice. So let's talk about learning bebop melodies now. So that's another hard thing about the guitar, is learning bebop melodies. So we'll get into that just a little bit. So for example, you know, I work on bebop melodies all the time, and then I forget them, and then I have to relearn them. So the hard thing about bebop melodies is that they're fast. There's a lot of notes. You know, you got to find the right fingerings. So, you know, I've been working, like, during the pandemic, some melodies that I've always wanted to learn. Like, let's say, here's one of the songs I've been working in the pandemic, is like Moose to Mooch. So, you know, that's a really great melody. You know, and there's this one part of that melody I always go, wow, this is kind of weird. This one. I'm always trying to play that correctly. Now, you know, this melody I've always wanted to work on. Now I had time. And even though I have time now, I still don't have enough time to practice. I'm always doing the social media stuff. But the thing is, you have to really work out these fingerings and practice these over and over and over until you get them. Because when you get on the gig and start to play them, it's a whole different story than when you're sitting home and practicing. So, you know, I practice these slow and fast. And I had to figure out the fingering for this. Because you can play this, I'm playing it up an octave. You can do it there or there. That's the hard part about the guitar. You see that? I could do it there. See, I could do it right there, that melody. And it's a whole different fingering here. I could do it there. That's the hard part of the guitar, playing a bebop melody. You see that? Or here. Oh. See, I could do it right there too. So you see how many ways you can play that on the guitar? That's the hard part of the guitar, especially playing bebop melodies. I need water. Let me get my water. So let me go. Let me get my water. I'm talking too much. So, that's the hard part of the guitar. Playing these melodies in different ways, playing them all over the neck. And you know what? I guess you should be able to be free enough to be able to switch the melody. And do it here. You should know the melody, the guitar that well, actually, to be able to transpose those melodies just like that on the fly. And when you're on a gig, it's kind of hard to do that when you're like, you have to play the melody correctly or you're on a recording. You have to just find one fingering, in my case at least, and play it correctly. See what I did? And I'm trying to find those notes there. See, that's all complicated when you start switching it all around. So think about it, everybody. When you're learning melodies, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Wow, which way is the best way to play these melodies? So I think it's all about your experience and your technique and your skill, and where you're most comfortable playing them. I always tell my students, because when you're on a gig, you should play wherever it's the easiest, so you can just get to it without messing it up. Because when you mess it up, there's going to be a lot of people watching, going, "Oh my God, you messed that up." You know what I mean? So thank everybody who's watching on Instagram. There's a few of you guys there, but I don't usually go live on Instagram this time of day. Yeah, so let me see. Unbelievable Boys. Thank you, Dario. Dario, that's in the key of B flat. So if you have any questions, please send them to me. And thanks for watching, everybody. I'm just going live to let people know how to perform a melody correctly. So when you're doing a bebop melody, try to find the right fingerings, okay, when you're actually performing these melodies. And, before you learn chord melody, everybody, let's say you play chord melody. I got to close the door here. And say you're playing chord melody, and you want a chord melody, a song. Before you do a chord melody, you should always... Oh, wow. Matt says, "Hi, y'all, from Southwest Colorado, 4 years in the jazz band high school. Now 35 now. Lots of luck." You know what? I have a student out there, Matt, who's studying at University of Colorado, I think at Boulder, where they had the shooting. I think that's where the shooting was recently. I helped him get into the University of Denver College, playing bass. So he's one of my students. He plays bass and guitar. A great guy named Chris. He might be watching, but he might be in school, might be sleeping right now. So before you learn how to do chord melody on a song, for example, one of the most important things about chord melody and playing melodies correctly is know how to play the melody without the chords first, and the chords without the melody. Then put them together, okay? So like if I'm playing a melody like, let's say we did Love Walked In. Before I play that melody with chords under it,